The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is! That shot wins week 6! Maximum checkout. He's done it!
Double 12 for 144. That is out the top drawer.
Yeah, it's double 18.
108
is found. For a breaker throw.
On the third leg.
In it goes.
16.
On the first leg.
And that is a beautifully taken. 15 dart leg. Finds it just in the corner, but it doesn't.
So here we go then. It is Friday here at the Live Lounge, and the first session sees Group C come to a close. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to the action here in Portsmouth. Robert Thornton leads the way following the first day's worth of action, looking to convert that lead into a Saturday night spot. Laura Turner's with me here in the studio, and well, no one's out of the race whatsoever going into this final day of Group C.
Yeah, it's really close, isn't it? It was an interesting day yesterday because I don't think any one player kind of stood out statistically. We saw some really good stuff from each and every player, but I think today is the day if someone can just raise that level, they could really run through the card.
Group B came to its start yesterday, and last night it was all about Daniel Larson and Tom Sykes. They played a superb match in the middle of the running, and Daniel 4 from 4. Really good night for him. Yeah, the whole night was exceptional in terms of the matches, the way that each player was playing. But yeah, Daniel Larson going through the card. These guys, Daniel said afterwards, they're really good friends, but they seem to bring the best out in each other, and it did the same again last night. And I'm really looking forward to the conclusion of Group C, but Group B, definitely that we gave it the big billing and it lived up. Well, that was one of 2 ton-plus averages for Daniel Larson last night. Group B will come to a close on 10 o'clock this evening, which will see Daniel Larson lead the way from Tom Sykes, Fallon Sherritt, Paul Hogan and Paul Matthew Hicker. They're down at the bottom of the table. He actually played some decent stuff last night. Yeah, and we haven't seen him in competitive action since December, so you have to take that into consideration. And I know you said you spoke to him afterwards, and it was the match sharpness, wasn't it? It was just being ready for those big key moments, and just faltered at those points. But a couple of 4-3s, but overall, standard-wise, yeah, he played really well. Well, that's Group B. That comes to a close tonight from 10. Group C is going to come to a close this afternoon. The table at the halfway point sees Robert Thornton and Richard Roland in the 2 qualifying positions. Everybody else on 4 points. So everybody in play going into the final day's worth of play. But the odds very much reflect the top 2 being their strong 2 as far as qualifying through is concerned. Robert Thornton goes out as the favourite. He's 10-11. Richard Roland's 15-8. They like the top 2 now to carry on and get through to Saturday night. Yeah, there is so little to split the players in this group, as we've mentioned before. I can understand why you've got the top 2 where they are. They're the most experienced players when it comes to playing here at the Super Series, and they've had successes. So I totally understand it. But I think we're in for some real close matches and a bit of chopping and changing on that table. 18 plus, gavinaware.org if you're going to have a flight on the Super Series. Game 1 is a meeting between George Munos and Aaron Gill, and I caught up with Aaron earlier. Aaron, good debut day for yourself here at the Super Series. You must have been really pleased with the way things went at times.
Yeah, it could have been better, but first time on the stage, a bit daunting first game, I think you can see that. But yeah, grew into it a little bit, and yeah, I was pleased with the overall. Still got myself within a shout today, so see how it goes. Is this a completely brand new experience for yourself playing on a stage? Yeah, like I've only ever played on sort of county, not a similar stage setup, but that's the only sort of type of thing I played similar to that environment. But obviously with no noise and that in the background and that sort of just channel your energy a little bit differently. So we'll try and channel that a little bit different today. We've had some comments and some WhatsApp messages off of our good friend and colleague Keegan Brown, who's been watching you obviously as a teammate and been watching you on the TV. The form going into this has been quite good apparently on the county and Super League circuit for yourself. Yes, yeah, been trying to keep the form up. Obviously you're always trying to make yourself the best you can be for these sort of occasions, and yeah, just been trying to keep at it and keep the arm going and that, and yeah, once settled into the occasion, I think then that's hopefully you can see a little bit more of the form coming through.
You say in with a shout today. What do you feel like you got to do to get yourself into Saturday?
Obviously, everyone in there's hoping they go and win 5 out of 5, but darts is totally different. It's not like that, but that's what I'll be trying to do today.
And what would getting through to Saturday mean to you?
Yeah, it'd be great, like just make yourself proud of where I've come and also sort of appreciate the whole occasion as well. Like you see the setup out there, it's absolutely brilliant to play in, and that's what everyone wants to everyone from my background in darts, that's what we'll aspire to try and get to play on. So it'd be good to show everyone that we can get there.
Well, I wish you all the very best. Aaron, good luck today.
Appreciate that, thank you very much.
So Aaron Gill takes on George Munos in the opening game of the afternoon session. 25 matches we're going to be broadcasting to you across Pluto TV over the course of the next 12 and a half hours. Gill, the 37-year-old from Romford, throwing with a 25-gram target dart, making his debut in this competition up against George Munos, the 30-year-old from Athens, also a debutant, throwing with a 22-gram Kusol dart. In the meeting between the pair yesterday, this was one of only a couple of games that went 4-3. Munos getting over the line in that last leg decided to put him on to 4 points overnight going into Friday's play. And it means that everybody still is in play going into the final day's worth of action. Paul Hinks is on hand
First
to
leg, Aaron to throw
officiate
first.
all the action. And it's going to be
Game on.
Aaron Gill to get us underway. And you get the sense that because both these players are tied on 4 points, if whoever can win this opening game will move on to 6. Yes, they've got some work to do in terms of their leg difference for the remainder of the day, but they feel like they've got a real foothold, and they'll be right on the tail of
100.
Richard Roland, who takes on Scott Baker in game number 2.
Yeah, as we were just discussing, I think there is nothing cut and dry about this group
120.
whatsoever. Yes, the advantage is very much in favour of Robert Thornton, who won 4 out of 5. But this chasing pack, it's all so clustered that I think there could be some changes. And
60.
as for this game yesterday, it was George that got the better of Aaron Gill, 4 legs to 3, as you mentioned. But it was the best that we'd actually seen from
96.
Munos in terms of stats yesterday. It was a really competitive match. Aaron will be probably more than aware that he needs to take this early opportunity.
100. Out on your car,
Two debutants that will be hoping to make it through to the finals on debut. Gill with the first poker to finish, leaving 151 after just
100.
9, and he's going to hit a square ton to leave himself on 51 when he comes back. Munos not really been able to trouble the scorers in this opening leg.
41. Out on your car, 51. $31.
It was interesting to hear when you were speaking to him earlier, Henry, that he hasn't quite played. We thought that yesterday, hadn't quite played in an atmosphere like this, but today
81.
he knows what to
Out on your car,
expect. So
20.
it's looking at it differently. And
Each
this
on
is
the
a
first
much
leg,
better
Aaron
start
Gill.
from Aaron Gill, 16 dart holder throw to kick off the action in Group C.
Second
Very
leg, Josh to throw
productive
first.
start for the
Game
man
on.
that's nicknamed the Frill. But is he going to be on the Saturday night bill here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth?
41.
Or is he going to be at home? Is he going to chill?
This is going to be a very long day, isn't it?
60. $38. 60.
And it is going to be a very busy Saturday night tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely packed to the rafters in here. You've got a football team, a darts academy all here. What could possibly go wrong?
140.
It's not going to be quiet, let's put it that way.
Yeah, for the 6 players that make it through, it's going to be an amazing atmosphere.
35.
However, as a player, these are the types of occasions you want to play, and you do want that bit of audience reaction, a bit of audience participation. You want to play in those types of occasions
76.
as opposed to maybe when you're playing in front of 1 or 2 and you just get maybe a ripple of applause, or you could hear a crisp packet ripple.
45.
Well, we're just looking to level us up at 1 apiece. He's got 6 darts and 206 to
100.
do exactly that. Doubling yesterday left a little bit to be desired.
81.
11 out of 39 in
George
terms of his
106.
doubling stats of the day. Just 28% in terms of his finishing for the second. For the session, shall I say. Now I had a look at Aaron's score. Decided not to persevere
44.
with the treble 17 bull.
$180. George car 62.
Maximum leaves Gill on 40, but Munos here with an opportunity to level it up at 1
On
all.
the second leg, George Munos.
And that was the one double for George Munos yesterday that he really
Third leg,
did
Aaron
pin
to
on,
first.
on a regular
Game on.
basis. That tops.
He's found it once again, and we are level once again at 1 apiece.
97.
And it was a difficult Group A campaign for Munos, but you have to say yesterday, I mean, he won as many games yesterday as he'd won throughout the whole week, or the whole first 3 days in Group A. It's definitely a player that I
60.
think is just becoming slightly more accustomed to playing up on the live lounge stage.
And we kind of made the point as the week's gone along that
121.
for players like George, and look, that the Cypriot region, the Greek region, that Southern European region, there's some good players there, but maybe there's just not that kind of strength and depth. And
95.
I actually spent some time in the company of Craig Galliano over the course of the last few weeks, and he was saying back where he resides in Gibraltar that there's quality players on the
123.
rock, but the big problem is that it's not a strength and depth. So when they fly over, say, to England, to the Netherlands, and they play in competitions like this, they know they've got the game in the locker, but because they're not constantly pushed,
59.
sometimes they
Adam
can be found a
Yukar,
little bit
160.
wanting when it comes to those pressure match play situations.
32.
It's kind of that big fish, little pond type scenario.
100. Adam Yukar 128.
Oh, 1-2-8 here for Aaron Gill. So go 2-1 to the good. He's got 6 darts on here
56.
to do exactly that. Feels like a game so far that's going rather comfortably for the player who has the throw.
$50. Adam Yukar 72. Getting shot in the third leg. Aaron Gill.
Oh, Gill makes no mistake on tops and gets himself
Fourth
back
leg,
on
George
top,
through first.
leading the
Game on.
contest by 2 legs to 1.
$60.
Yeah, this match between the two, it
100.
took a very similar pattern yesterday, and it was Munos that had the throw and won 4-3, and it just get the feel that these two players are quite happy just making sure that they hold their throw. Obviously for Munos, he's going to have to
100.
find a way of breaking if he's going to win back-to-back encounters against Aaron Gill.
I get the sense that I think we're
55.
going to get a lot more tighter games today than we had yesterday. Only had 2 4-3s over the course of Thursday's
70.
action. I sense that we're going to get more of them today. More there, more 4-2s. I don't think we'll see as many 4-1 or 4-0 scorelines as we did
138.
this time yesterday.
Well, this is it. This is the last chance saloon, isn't it? That there is no coming back. If you don't make it through, if you're not in the top 2 by the end of play, then you are not
82.
going through to Saturday. And that in itself just brings an extra element of edginess. And we could see that it can go one of 2 ways for players. It can bring the best out in them, or
125.
it can be detrimental because you're just trying that bit too hard.
Well, Aaron looks as if he's just making a bit of a move here. Against the throw, he's left himself 83 after 12.
59. Adam
This
Yukar
would be for a break.
83.
They're putting 3-1 to the good, and with the darts in the next to get the job done. He's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 16.
51.
Unable to get.
George Yukar
So Munos
130.
having a look at the little fish. Double five. Just
120.
skims the
On
wire.
your car, 32. Getting shown the fourth leg, Arundel.
Could prove to be a costly miss on that double
Fifth leg,
five from
Aaron, through
Munos.
first. Game on. $41.
Well, Munos has to win the last three to win this particular contest.
$100.
It's difficult to split this group
44.
really at this present moment in time. Thornton on 8, Roland's on 6, Aaron Gill will win will be on 6, and if he can win it quite handsomely as well, there'll be a massive advantage by way of legs difference that'll begin to fall into his favour. Be on +2 if he can win it 4-1.
80.
Won't be on +6. He'll just keep things interesting. Roland takes on Baker at the beginning of his day. That's the next match that
140.
we're watching. That's a contrast of styles.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be an interesting tie because yesterday Richard Rowland's dominated that match, beating Scott Baker at 4 legs to nil. For me, Scott Baker, he needs to make a move early, and especially against those players that are above him in the table.
85.
Rollins takes on Baker. Thornton and Jake Jones are the next games, the final games of the opening round of matches on this Friday afternoon.
90.
Is this first one coming towards a close? Munos has left 91, but how handy can Aaron Gill leave it to win this contest?
85. Giorgio Carr, 91.
He's on a 3 darter. Munoz is on a 2 darter to reduce the gap back down to 3-2 and to return the game to throw.
51. On your car, 106.
Treble 18 would have left double 16. And there's a chance here for Munoz to break
58.
straight back.
Giorgio Carr, 40.
Double top it is, and if he doesn't get, then the game could well be over.
Getting shot on
But
the fifth leg,
that
John
tops has
Munoz.
been a reliable target for him. He's got it twice in this game. And he returned to throw at 3-2.
Sixth leg, George to throw first. Game on. $100.
Well, the second max of the match for Aaron Gill. Looking to really ascend the authority and to get the job done once and for all.
100.
George Munoz is that a player that we are starting to see
69.
a little bit more over the last couple of years. Competed in the WWF Europe Cup singles back in 24. Made it all the way through to the last 32 and also appeared at the Romanian Classic where he ran into someone that we know
60.
really rather well here at the Super Series, Jimmy Van Schie, in the last 32.
Yes, JVS, who we may
100.
have actually seen for the last time here, conceivably, because he's not commonly qualified for the Global Championship. He's already had his appearance in this series, didn't get through, and I think he'll be somebody on many people's radars to get tour cards in January. So
55.
may have been the last we've seen of him here, but this
72.
may well be a first win of the day for Aaron Gill. Looking at 72, he's had 2 180s in this leg, and he's going to get himself a match dart at top
32.
to have won it with a 12 dart leg.
Munoz just looking to pile on a little bit of pressure.
55.
Gill now with the
On your
opportunity
car,
to get
40.
across the line.
It's double top. 2 10s.
30.
Well, that's
Giorgio
4
Carr,
darts to win this
131.
match that have come and gone for Aaron Gill.
Well, he is going to get more.
$55. On your car, 10.
Well, to eventually get the game wrapped up. It's been a decent performance from Aaron Gill.
Getting shown the
And
match,
he's
Aaron
put the
Gill.
seal on it there. A 4-2 win against George Munos to kick off the afternoon's affairs. He's on the board. He's on to 6 points in the group. And coming up after the break, Richard Roland takes on Scott Baker. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Aaron Gill got the better of George Munos by 4 legs to 2. Match number 2 is a meeting between Richard Roland and Scott Baker. Richard, who at the beginning of the day is second in the table. 6 points to his name, up against Scott Baker, who, with a commanding win here, could put himself right back in the qualification mix. The 54-year-old Welshie, former weekly winner here in the past, up against Scott Baker from Tipton, who's hoping to be tiptoeing the hockey tomorrow night, the full-time semi-finalist here in the past. But you get the sense if he's going to do so once again on a Saturday night, then he's got to go to a quick start here, win this first one, because this is kind of the proverbial 4-pointer really as far as this format is concerned. Baker wins this, he's on 6. 3 players build 6 by Robert Thornton, who can open up a 4-point gap.
First leg, Richard to
He
throw
gets
first.
the better of
Game on.
Jake Jones in game number 3. But Richard Roland wins this game. Then he goes on to 8 points. He'd actually leapfrog Robert Thornton temporarily at the top of the table. And then all of a sudden, it's hard work for Baker because he'll be at least 4 points off with 4
100.
games left to play.
For me, as the day went on, the afternoon went on yesterday, Scott
125.
Baker started to cut that kind of really frustrated figure at the back of the stage. And this was the match that Roland's won to 0, and that's really helped that leg difference in his favour as well.
45. $100.
I see that Rich has gone back with the equipment that he used at the beginning of yesterday's session. Did have a little bit of a tinker, didn't he, midway through? But
45.
decided to persevere with... Well, gave him so much success at the start of the session. He came out of the tracks flying, didn't he? 4-0 win against Jake Jones,
45.
average of 91. And we kind of thought, right, Richard has come here to play, but it just hasn't quite... Well, it didn't quite, shall I say, correlate since that particular point, really.
$26.
Now, the opening game for Roland's was by far the best performance statistically. It was the 91 average, as you mentioned, but it was 4 from 6 on the outer ring. The
140.
doubling was very good indeed. Then lost a couple and found himself in that bit of an awkward situation before picking up 2 more wins as the session closed out.
Well, Baker's got off to the
97.
quicker start,
Striker
leaving himself
91.
on 91 after a dozen. And he's got half a dozen from here to get the opening leg on the board. May only need the 3.
Each on
Double
the
16
first leg,
goes.
Scott
Nice,
Baker.
clean, crisp kill for the mods. 1-0, break in
Second leg,
hand.
Scott to throw first. Game on. $81.
Yeah, and this is already a much more positive start from Scott Baker.
54.
I mean, it feels like a theme that we've said about pretty much every player that played in Group C yesterday, but it was just that consistency. Had a high of 82 and a 4-1 win over Aaron Gill. But
140.
in the match against Richard Roland yesterday, had just shy of a 70 average. And the Scott Baker that we've seen up here and play over the years, that's way off what we know he can do.
140.
Just having a look at Richard's facials. He looks like he's very much in a groove to get today. He's looking to really get himself going right from the get-go.
60.
He knows this first game is ultra important. He wins this. He puts himself in an incredibly good position to go on and qualify through. However, defeating this opener to Scott Baker all of a sudden opens up the door for interpretation for
60.
everybody else below him.
$140.
Yeah, I guess the ideal result for Baker to kind of right the wrongs of yesterday, so to speak, would be that 4-0 win, which kind of then
55.
helps
It's
with
got
the
to
leg
count 80.
difference. But for Richard Roland's, I should say this already feels like quite a big game in the context of how this table may shape
Each
up
on the
today,
same
and
leg,
that
Scott Baker.
is a great 80 checkout for Scott Baker.
The mob means
Third
business.
leg,
Back-to-back
Richard through
15s,
first.
2-0
Game
to the
on.
good, and 2 from 2 in terms of his doubling so far. He knew he had to set his stall out quickly, did Scott Baker, and he's doing exactly that at this present moment in time.
55. $180.
Perfect start to leg 3 for Scott Baker. He's definitely piling on the pressure on Richard Roland's right from the very off.
$140. 36.
That's what they call a back to normal type shot.
$55. 60. 59. 58.
Switch over to the 18s just to ensure that when he comes back, he is on a finish. Richard Roland's hit, you feel, should be on something more manageable.
100. Scott the car, 167.
So 167 here for Baker. Not to be on this occasion. So Roland, who hasn't had any kind of footprint really
47.
in this contest
Richard
as of
Car,
yet, is going to get a
96.
first chance to get himself on the board. First out on a double. Is it double 16? Now double 8.
Getting shot on the
Finds
third
double
leg.
8.
Richard Roland.
And gets his opening leg of the day. Roland's
Fourth
off the
leg
mark.
Scott to through first. Game on. $60.
'Real fierce determination on the face of Richard Roland today. So I think both these
40.
players just know the importance. Because the table is as tight as it is, there is a lot of emphasis, especially on these
140.
early games, because they can really dictate how the rest of the day plays out.
$45. 55.
Already, Scott Baker is looking a little bit frustrated again. He's kicked off
96.
with back-to-back 15 darters. There's only been one leg where he hasn't quite kept up with Richard Roland's.
41.
I think that's the bit of the frustration, isn't it? Because there's just a few darts that are just straying wide of the mark at this present moment in time. But luckily for Scott, he's finding enough with the darts that are going accurately that he's just building up a bit of a lead in legs. For that 140,
140.
just taps the mod on the shoulder. And again, another stray dart wide of the mark.
81.
Just find a treble with the last, leave himself on 124. Roland's what he would give for 140 right now.
$60. Scott Lucar, 124.
Only 60. So Baker looking at 124 to open up a 3-1 lead. And again, it's another dart wide into the single one. It's a third visit in succession where he's planted a dart to the right of what he aimed
100.
at. Does
Richard
leave
Carr,
himself on double 12 if
120.
Rollins cannot take out the ladder.
Yeah, a real stray with the first dart. Does afford another opportunity here now for Scott Baker.
44. Scott Lucar, 24.
Well, so far, Scott Baker is 2 from 2 on the doubles, and
Getting shot
that
on the
makes it
fourth leg,
3
Scott
from
Baker.
3. And it's 3 legs for Scott Baker.
Fifth leg Richard to through first. Game on.
Baker, one away.
$55. $76.
Roland's persevering with a treble 20, trying
60.
to find a route through. And sometimes you think there is an option to switch. You've got the 19s across to the 18s.
60.
Richard Roland's one of those players with this facial expressions. He's really reactive based on
125.
kind of if something goes slightly wayward or if it just clips the wire.
Seems to be a Welsh thing because you know Richie Burnett plays well. I don't even know if it's heart on sleeve he plays that passionately. We've seen in the past Jamie Lewis really give it some gusto. Justin Smith ain't afraid to let his emotions out. We're going to see the Bearded Dragon in a couple of weeks.
60. $100.
Well, Baker has left himself on 85 to win this game by 4 legs to 1.
Roland's again, though, persevering with that treble 20, trying to find a route
43.
through.
Scott Lucar, 85.
So this for the match. It's going to be a dart. Oh, it's not going to be a dart. It's another straight
32.
dart for Scott Baker.
Richard Lucar, 158.
And then the dart of the 25 goes wide of the mark as well. Should get away with it. Should being the operative word. Oh boy, this would be punishment. Scott Baker shakes his head. He expects it to go.
139. Scott Lucar, 53.
It's a reprieve, a let off here for Baker. Tops required for a 4-1 victory.
14. Richard Lucar,
Drags
19.
it low and into the 1.
So, this to half the deficit to reduce the arrears to 3-2. Richard Rolands looks at double 8. But
11.
does not get. And so
Scott
Scott
Lucar,
Baker
39.
should get a couple more match darts here. And those match darts will be a double 16.
7. Richard Lucar, 8.
4 match starts come and gone for Scott Baker, and another chance for Richard Rolands to bring it within 1 leg.
Getting shown the 5th leg, Richard Rollins.
And we go on. Richard Rolands finds a way.
6 leg, Scott to throw first.
Well, he's
Game
forcing
on.
Scott Baker to serve it out here, and that's the minimum you can do.
100.
Richard hasn't yet been involved in a last leg decider so far this week. However, it looks like a very likely possibility now.
125. $81. $140.
2 solid opening visits in leg number 6 for Richard Rolands.
100.
Scott Baker, despite being 16 points ahead, has had 3 extra darts. This is a real charge from Richard Rolands.
A Richard Rolands rally.
60. $100.
It's Scott Baker had 3 match darts in the previous leg to wrap it up 4-1. Is he going to get a match dart off the back of the 120 combo here?
85. Scott O'Carr, 120.
Needs to find the treble 20. Does. It's tops.
100.
Just low.
Richard
And that
O'Carr,
is a 5th
91.
match dart for Scott Baker.
So Roland's 91 to take us all the way. It's not going to get a die. Goes wide of the wire. And so Baker comes back
67.
looking at
Scott
double
O'Carr,
10
20.
to wrap it up.
Getting shot on the mat, Scott Baker.
And Scott Baker does cross the line eventually to beat Richard Roland's 4 legs to 2. Did get edgy towards the end, but it is the mod that wins their contest. That there, the tail of the tape. And coming up next, we will see Robert Thornton take on Jake Jones.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match dart again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Scott Baker got the better of Richard Roland by 4 legs to 2. Game number 3 sees Robert Thornton and Jake Jones go head-to-head here at the Live Lounge. Thornton, who is top of the table, could move on to 10 points or win here. The a 58-year-old from Saltcoats in Scotland, the Double Trouble 2 champion, up against Jake Jones, the 31-year-old from Stoke-on-Trent, the debutant here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, the second half of the day was rather productive for Jake. He's picked up a couple of wins, and if he wins this one, then it makes the table look for rather interesting reading, because you'd have Robert at the top on 8 points. Then you'd have Roland, Gill, Baker, Jones, all on 6 points. And George Munos, even with 4 points, wouldn't be out the mix, but he'd have to win some games and win some games big.
First leg, Roberts is through first.
Towards the end of the session.
Game on.
But for Robert Thornton, so far, the results have gone perfectly for him. Scott Baker beating Richard Rowlands before the break 4-2 means that if he can win this game,
26.
then he'll open up a 4-point gap at the top of the table. With just 4 games left to play, he'd effectively be 2 games clear of the rest of the field. He takes on Rowlands then in
60.
game number 6 of the session. So it'd be rather interesting to see how this plays out. By the end of this, we'll know a lot about the
40.
dynamic of this group.
Yeah, it definitely makes for interesting reading, doesn't it, the table at the moment. But I completely agree with what you said with regards to Jake Jones. He kicked off, he had a 4-0 loss, followed by a 4-1 loss. And, you know, in terms of averages, it was around the kind of low to high 70s. And then something just seemed to click against Scott Baker, won that 4-2, went on to beat George Munos 4-1 and narrowly lost this encounter. But did have his highest average, 85. Had a 1-4-4 checkout. He was just a player to me out of everyone in the field that
100.
actually improved more and more as the day went on.
Just felt like he was beginning to find something. Now, there was a change in terms of quite literally everything throughout the middle of the
81.
week. He decided to cut his flights down, and from his darts standing up to the board, you can see he's now stacking them low. And I would say it's had some kind of success. It has had some
66.
kind of success, but that's probably the wrong time and wrong place to say exactly that, as he plonks one in the 1 and the 5. But what that has done is open up the door a little bit here for Thornton. And that 140 has all of a sudden put him favourite a leg where he looked very likely to be broken in.
$81. Robert Carr, 74.
Single 20. Leaves tops. A double hit. He's so
Game
synonymous
shot on
with
the first
hitting,
leg,
and he
Robert
doesn't miss
Thornton.
there.
Puts himself a leg to
Second
the
leg,
goods.
Jake is through first. Game on.
And a good recovery from a point where he could have found himself in a little bit of trouble. There was a real chance for Jake Jones to break there, but that 140 followed by the clean take of the 74 just shut the door on his
100.
opponent. And it'd be so good to see Robert back on a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge.
100.
And it'd be the type of atmosphere that he would very much thrive in. Somebody who's played in front of 10,000 in arenas across the country, in the Premier League a couple of times over the course of his career.
45.
Someone who, of course, knows exactly what it's like to play at the Alexandra Palace. Maybe not mention his record in Blackpool for the World Match Play, but you'll absolutely embrace playing in an atmosphere like this tomorrow.
140.
Rather akin to, I suppose, a circus tavern or a lakeside, really, isn't it, when it's filled to the brim.
It's definitely just one of those more intimate arenas.
55.
Yeah, in terms of their meetings, because they both come through playing in Group A, it's 2 apiece. And when you look at the head-to-heads,
76.
and when you consider Jake Jones only won 3 games in Group A and beat Robert Thornton in 2 of them, feels like a game that he quite enjoys playing. And
60.
we spoke about it yesterday. I think when you are a player with a CV like Robert Thornton, there are players that they can just up their game against you. You know, you've got that bigger target on your back.
60.
Well, it's Thornton that's upping the ante here, averaging just under 88 at this present moment in time. Picked up 4 wins without really playing anywhere near spectacular.
60.
Average 78 for
Robert
the day, but
Carr,
still managed to get the points on the
125.
board. And this is a real uppage in terms of performance so far. 6 starts at 125 for the break, and he is going to need the full quota of that 6 to double his
55.
advantage in this contest. All return for 70 to go 2-0 to the goods.
$100. Drop the car 70.
Single 20 for tops once again. Found it first
50.
leg. Can't find it on the
Check your
second.
car 81.
I love that clipped off the flight, didn't it? A dart 2, which just cascaded it low. So Jones here is going to get a dart at the bullseye to level up.
Getting
Well,
shown
a
the same
brilliant
leg, Jake
bullseye
Jones.
it is for Jake Jones to level this game at 1 apiece.
Third leg Robert to throw first. Game on.
Because the other thing that we do have to consider as we go
85.
through the rest of the proceedings today is leg difference. And that could come into play. You don't want to be beaten to nil.
$180.
Well, all of a sudden, Jake Jones is finding the sort of levels that we saw towards the latter end of yesterday's action. His first max, the first max
83.
of this match.
$28.
I think that's kind of sums up how the week has gone for Jake Jones. Finds perfection with the maximum
66.
and then backs up with just 28 points.
$60. $100.
Well, time for Thornton. Needs him first to finish, but Jake will feel like he should leave himself in a better position from here. You pick off with the 25 for the
63.
last to leave
Drop the
himself
car
on the fish. Thornton
167.
will have first look at the 167. Not to be this time.
91. Jet your car 170. $59. Roll the car 76.
2 darts in hand at double eight.
68. Jet your car
This you feel
111.
It's a real opportunity here for Jake Jones.
Triple 17. Unable to get, and so Thornton is going to come back for
51.
double 4
Roll the car
to
8.
prod his nose in front at 2-1. Trying to flick it off the barrel. Went too far
4.
inside, and
Jet your car
double
60.
2 doesn't come up trumps for him either. 7 now on the outer ring for Robert. And it's just beginning to go wrong for the Fawn, because Jones is beginning to rally.
20.
He hasn't got the lead for the
Roll the
first time
car
in this
4.
contest.
Double one.
Getting shown the third leg.
Double one
Robert
is
Thornton.
found eventually by Robert Thornton, but that will feel like a relief. And you can
Fourth
see
leg,
what
Jake,
Robert
you
Thornton
through
thinks about it. The
first.
shake of the
Game on.
head on the way back. And yeah, Jake Jones just trying to egg himself on because he had a chance that to wrestle that leg away from Robert Thornton.
Well, opportunity, but opportunity missed for Jake Jones. He's going to have to
100.
do all the hard work again, because that was a break chance for him. He has to find one if he's going to win this contest.
$45.
Maxi for Jake Jones. His second of the contest.
$100.
Double 20 picked off with the last for Robert Thornton, but it's Jones that's in the driving seat in this leg.
95. 180. Jake Car
Thornton with
126.
his first max of the match. Looking to embolden his hopes of making it through to tomorrow night's
58.
final with victory in this particular contest.
$48. Jake Car 68.
Thornton not making much of a dent in the 176, so should be one dart, and that double will be double 8.
52. Robert Car 128.
128 for Thornton to go 3-1 to the good to get the break. Couldn't find the treble 14 with dart 2. It's one of those awkward things, isn't it? 128, where if you find the treble with dart 1, you've got to
Jake
find
Car
same with dart
16.
2.
It's almost that hesitation, isn't it, that you don't hit the single because you know that it's single to double combination, sorry, single to treble for the ball. But now
Getting shot at
Jake
fourth
Jones
leg.
levels
Jake
it up
Jones.
2-all. Yeah, that 128, you almost saw that hesitation when it went in the treble because it's forcing you to hit another one.
In a strange way, you're almost better off not hitting the treble with dart 1. It's so weird. It's like
83.
129. Nobody likes it because you know if you're perfect with dart 1, you've got to be perfect with dart 2.
$100. $26.
Robert Thornton there, just giving himself a little sarcastic round of applause as he went to take the darts out the board.
97.
And the other one, isn't it? It's 119, where if you hit the treble with dart 1, you may only get a guarantee of a
100.
dart at the bullseye, where if you miss the single with dart 1, then you might get a dart at the outer ring at top to hit the treble with dart 2.
$140.
Oh, Jake Jones just making a little bit of a move here in leg 5. Doesn't he
96.
find a
Jake
way
Car
of breaking the
164.
Thornton throw?
You get the sense this is the opening.
100.
He's left himself on 64 after a dozen. Thornton needs to find, realistically, you've said it's a couple of troubles. Definitely needs to find one to leave himself on a 2-darter.
92. Jake Car 64.
He's left himself on 104 if he comes back. Jones is going to get a dart at double 16 to break and lead.
32. Robert Car 104.
Thornton's highest finish yesterday was a 108. Not Shanghai on the 18s. Looking to utilise those 18s once again.
56. Jake Car 32.
Well, he's going to have to be reliant on more misses from Jake Jones. He's 2 from 7 in terms of his finishing in this game.
Getting shot on the fifth leg.
Finds a double
Jake
16 there to get the breaker throw and to now have the darts to win this
Six leg Jake
contest.
to through first. Game on.
Yeah, what I'm noticing from all the players, and you can understand it because this is potentially the last day of action for some of these players.
100.
A real fire and determination. You saw Jake Jones there just talking to himself prior to throwing those first 3 darts.
55. $25.
Is
41.
Thornton beginning to feel this is the game that he's let slip away? And by letting it slip away, he lets everybody else begin to pile onto him.
96.
Well, we've seen it before, but players come back on that final day, and even though they've got the lead overnight, doesn't guarantee that you're safe. 58.
58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 58. 60.
Well, it's Jones beginning to
140.
cross the corner and see the finishing line in sight of him. Thornton chasing his tail, but can Jones make that one final sprint?
100.
Great ton. Great last dart.
Yeah, now all the pressure on Robert Thornton, who needs to find Phil another treble. Yeah, that is a good
140.
two-treble visit from Robert Thornton.
120.
Treble found, single found. Will a double be found?
100.
Just
Roland
low,
car,
so Thornton
67.
is going to get a stay of execution, but he needs to find the 67. He's going to get a dart at Trusty Tops to take us all the way.
Game shot on the
Thornton
sixth leg,
on
Robert
Tops,
Thornton.
you know what's next. And we go all the way
Seven
to
to
a
final leg,
decider.
Robert
And
is
look
in
at
first.
Jake Jones
Game
in the
on.
background. He's absolutely seething he's missed that opportunity to win the match.
140.
That was the perfect opportunity. He knew he had the advantage of throwing first. He had that opportunity at a match-winning double as well. And now you watch your opponent at 3-all kick
81.
off with a 140. You're on the back foot from the off.
$60. $85. $100.
Well, so far today, we could have played a full 21 legs from the first round. We played 19 of those legs. 4-2 to Aaron Gill against George Munos. 4-2 for
60.
Scott Baker against Richard Roland. And Thornton and Jones level at 3-3. But Thornton now looking to put his foot on the motor. Jake Jones missed darts in the previous leg to win the match. Thornton should get his own darts here to win the game from here. In fact, he should get multiple if he so needs.
43. Robert Carr, 76.
Gotta say, you've got to give a lot of credit about the resolve that Robert Thornton's shown here. Tops of the match to see a
Yeah, he's
comeback
shown the match,
victory, and that
Robert
Tops
Thornton.
has won him a couple of legs in succession to seal the comeback win against Jake Jones. It puts the Fawn on to 10 points in the group and puts him in control of his destiny. 4 clear. Going into round 2, it starts with Scott Baker and Aaron Gill. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
First round down here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Friday afternoon. And before the break, Robert Thornton got the better. Jake Jones by 4 legs free. Had to come back from 3-2 down to go on and win that contest. Showed some real grit and heart, did the Thorn, to win that particular contest. He moves on to 10 points in the group. He has a 4-point lead over Roland, Gill and Baker, all on 6 points respectively. The winner of this one will move on
First
to
leg, Scott to through
8.
first.
Will
Game on.
temporarily leap into second ahead of what is a key meeting coming up between Richard Rowlands and Robert Thornton.
100.
Game number 6 of the session here at the Live Lounge.
83.
Yeah, both
43.
Scott Baker and Aaron Gill really made to work for those 4-2 victories in their opening matches. Gill
97.
missed 5 darts to win the contest against George Munos. Baker equally missed 5 before getting across the line. They made
44.
it in the end, but yeah, this again will see that table stretch. This will see someone leapfrog Richard Rowlands into second position.
60. $95.
Well, Baker got off to a really quick start in his game against Richard Rowlands, back-to-back.
85.
15 darters to give him the first 2 legs of that encounter. Rowlands then rallied back, but Baker able to, in the end, get over the line in a match
37.
which could have so easily have gone all the way to a last leg decider.
81.
Gill first to a finish. Baker with that treble should leave himself on a 2-darter from here. He's going to leave himself on a single to double from here if the 95 doesn't go. He now needs to find the treble 20 with dart 2, unable to get, and so Baker back
39.
42
Got the car 42.
to get the opening leg on the board in the game. Double 16, now 2 8s.
Getting shot
And
the
it
first
goes,
leg, Scott Baker.
and Baker holds his throw. He seizes the early initiative.
Second leg, Aaron to through first. Game on.
This was the match yesterday where Scott
100.
Baker produced his best performance, beating Aaron Gill 4 legs to 1. He was 4 from 9 on his doubles. The doubles weren't the issue, but
60.
I think what I've seen from Scott, and even early doors today, is just that little bit of head shaking because he's frustrated that he's just not getting that line right with the first dart and finding it very
140.
hard because of the rate that he throws at to readjust. When the first one goes well, he is normally able to follow it in.
140.
Winner this one, move up to second, meaning that Richard Rowlands would have to beat Robert Thornton
26.
in the next. Robert Thornton wins the next game he
59.
plays. He'd be 6 points clear with 6 points left to play for. And all of a sudden, it looked like it'd be an absolute free-for-all for the second position through this group.
100. Out of the car, 95.
95 again for Aaron Gill. And just like the last time, there's a slip
37.
away from a single number
Shot
in one of
car,
his first 2
142.
darts.
Again, like the lies, they
90.
decided to stay there. Would have left
Car,
double 11,
58.
but now it's over to Gill. 2 darts at tops, the parity at 1-all.
18. Shot the car, 52.
2 very good attempts. 2 attempts at clip the top wire.
Getting shot on the second
And
leg,
Scott Baker pinches his pocket, taking out the 52, clean as a whistle. 2-0, breaking hands.
Third leg, Scott's through
In
first.
the space of
Game
3
on.
minutes and 40 seconds. He's taking no time whatsoever as the mod. Got to a quick start in his opener, and he's off to a quick start here.
140.
And he's looking to really put his foot down.
And this is where I feel that Scott Baker can be most dangerous when he's playing someone
100.
who plays at a very similar pace and a very similar rhythm to him. It allows him to get into his own rhythm.
68.
Well, he's the type of player that, because of his pace, he can really tie you up in knots. And
60.
sometimes, it's, as you say, if you're a similarly paced player to Scott Baker, you find yourself running around the hockey as if you're running around in circles.
139.
I've played players like that before, and yeah, you get really wrapped up in the pace.
60. Scott the car,
It's just having
154.
that ability to realise what's going on when you're playing someone this quick. Because it's not just how quick he throws the 3 darts, it's
58.
everything. It's get the darts out the board, how quickly they come back. Before you know it, you're just going round in circles.
Well, I know players have said in the past when they've played
80.
Ricky Evans
Scott
that
the car,
because
96.
Ricky's that quick, they just get caught up in his pace.
I used to play a Welsh international,
56.
Chris Savory. She did the same, and I remember just someone going, slow down, stop, because I was literally just walking. By the time I walked back, she'd already thrown 3 darts.
99. Scott the car, 40.
You just get caught up in a haze and in a maze.
30.
3 darts missed, a
Out of your
3-0.
car,
They could be
102.
hoping that it's not punished by 102.
$70. Scott the car, 10. $6. Out of your car, 32.
Double
Getting shot on the
16
third
gives
leg,
Gill a
Aaron
route
Gill.
back into the match. Scott Baker has missed a handful of darts to go 3-0
Fourth leg,
up in the
Aaron to through
contest. And
first. Game on.
Aaron Gill has pinched his pocket. Back on throw, back to 2-1. And all of a sudden, we've got a big exchange on our hands here. Because that maximum has put Aaron Gill in a position where he's now favoured to level this game back up at 2 apiece.
39.
Well, hang on. No longer.
140.
Now, we discussed this yesterday, Henry. I reckon we
43.
need at least 5 darts in there, if not 6, before we even contemplate.
I can't help my enthusiasm, okay?
100.
I can't help it.
But yeah, this is a great reply
125.
from
Out of your
Aaron
car,
Gill.
81.
Down to a 2 dart checkout after just 9 darts.
Double
Getting shot on the
16,
fourth leg,
12
Aaron Gill.
darter. Really good leg that from Aaron Gill. And we're back on level terms
Fifth
at
leg, Scott to
2-2.
through first. Game on.
Just beginning to push the level up a little bit. Now, we saw this from Scott in his first game. Quick start and then just a little bit
140.
missing in the middle couple of legs. He got punished by Roland. He's been punished by Gill. Can he put his foot on the turbo and find a second
100.
wind here? Well, there's the poppy flight
100.
again.
And I think sometimes that's because he throws
95.
with such an accuracy, in exactly the same style with the first one, that they go so close, but he also throws at quite a pace.
140.
6-2 treble score the game for Scott. Burns has
59.
missed doubles in
Car
the
121.
third leg of the contest, which is the reason That's why we're still at a level game, but it looks like he could well be reasserting his authority. Double 14 just
93.
goes on the outside for 1-2-1.
93. Scott a car 28. Game shot on the fifth leg, Scott Baker.
Yeah, 14 dart response from Scott Baker to go within
Six
one of
leg
the
Aaron
match.
to throw first. Game on.
And there seems to be a pattern that Scott Baker starts off really strong, drifts off for a couple of legs, but what he's doing better today is then coming back
45.
into the match.
I think it's fair to say it's just been a little bit patchy so far for Scott. The good patches, well, they've been very good, but
140.
the cold moments have felt rather icy for him.
55. $100.
It's a bit like a rusty boiler. You just don't know when he's going to run hot or
85.
cold.
$140.
Well, this leg, you could argue the darts have been hot. 2 140s and a ton.
85. Scott a car
Down to
121.
that 1-2-1 once again.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye, but decided
96.
to anyway and wasn't too far away.
Scott Baker seems like he's in the mood that whatever he's got left, he's going to go for.
100. Scott a car 25.
Looks like he wants to set a bit of a statement out, set his stall out.
17.
He's not going to set
Alan
a
Ducar,
second win just there.
131.
He should come back for 3 more double 4. And he is going to come back for 3 more double 4.
71. Scott a car 8.
Double 1.
No score. Alan Ducar 60.
Again, more missed chances for the match. And it's Gill back
Game
in,
shot on
and
the sixth
Gill
leg,
punishes
Gill.
once again.
Seventh final leg,
Now we
Scott to
go
throw
all
first.
the way
Game
for
on.
the second consecutive Every game has seen at least 6 legs to it today.
57.
Which means if you're betting on the over 5.5 leg market, so far you've had a very profitable day, but it's 18 plus.
100.
Gambleaware.org if you're fluttering on the Super Series today.
58. $43.
Couple more trebles in there and could have wrestled a bit of an advantage. Well, 1-2-1. Puts Gill right back in the mix for the leg.
60. $95.
Great pick off with the last means Aaron Gill is first down to a finish. It is the biggest of them all, the big fish.
60. Out on your car, 170.
170 would be some way to win it. Couldn't find the second treble, but my
134.
goodness, has he got the next best prize? 36 left. Baker will scratch his head thinking, how is this one gone by to buy?
140. Out of the car, 36.
Over for double 9 for a 4-3
Game's on
win,
the
and it
match, Aaron
is
Gill.
victory for Aaron Gill. A little bit of a reaction at the end. He had to survive 6 match darts from Scott Baker, but it's Aaron Gill that wins his second match of this Group C afternoon. They're the tail of the tape, but coming up next, George Munos will be taking on Jake Jones.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Super Series, where before the break, Aaron Gill got the better of Scott Baker by 4 legs to 3. Game number 5, a meeting between George Munos and Jake Jones. These two, the bottom 2 players in the group, but the winner will move on to 6 points. It'll still only be a couple of points off of Aaron Gill, who's in the final qualification position on 8 points. He got the better of Scott Baker, as I say, in that last leg decider before the break. This match number 5 of 15 that we're broadcasting to you live this afternoon. We'll be back with a night session from 10 p.m. But in the interim time, plenty of other things to keep you entertained. Of course,
Game on.
Pluto TV coming up once we're done here. You got the Breaker Throw, which features soft tip stars, where Paul Nicholson will be examining the technique of soft tip stars Boris
59.
Kirchmarv and Adrian Gray. Then Paul Nicholson's back for another Breaker Throw. 9 Dart Heroes 2, Electric Boogaloo, where he'll be breaking down 9 Dart Heroes
60.
Jasper Scarrett, Lee Cox and Tommy Lishman. And then we will be back from 10 o'clock for Group
60.
B, Day 2 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if last night's anything to go by, it's going to be quite the night. Just having a glance over at some of the group stats.
140.
Matthew Edgar had the lowest running average of the night last night, and his running average for the evening was 87.09. The group average,
140.
the group total average, if you combine everybody together, was 91.78.
It really was impressive right from the very off. And that is impressive from
180.
Jake Jones, who pins the first maximum of the match.
100. Jet car
Jake
121.
was visibly frustrated. He went 4-3 down to Robert Thornton, losing that last leg decider. Looking to make amends here. Ball left, doesn't have to go for it, but does, and pins it.
First ton plus checkout of the session, going the way of Jake Jones. The 1-2-1 goes, and he gets an also pivotal breaker throw to kick this contest off.
$100.
Yeah, as mentioned, these two players, they are positioned 5 and 6 on the table. A win for either of them will put them again
43.
still within the mix, but then it goes on to the next match for me. Robert Thornton with the opportunity to go to 12 points if he can find a way of getting past Richard Rolands, but Richard Rolands is in a position where he lost his first match
84.
and he's going to be feeling up against it because everyone is breathing down his neck now, to the point that he came in second position. He's now been jumped by Aaron Gill on 8 points.
Yeah, that feels like a massive gain. Gain number
140.
6. Thornton could effectively put himself there if he wins that game. Be 6 clear, 6 left to play for.
60.
But there could still, depending on results in the next couple of rounds, still be a little bit of an air of trepidation for the Fawn and still a air of interpretation
140.
as far as the qualifying spots are concerned. Munos, though, putting the task up to Jake Jones here. It's been a really good start to his contest. 12 dart of the break in the opener.
60.
And Munos with 6 from this point to level up at 1 apiece.
$140.
There have been times when Munos' setup play has been really on point, and that's another perfect example.
140. Georgia car 38.
Exchange of 140s, but Munos with the first opportunity to finish the leg off. Double 19, no problem. 13 dart break back. Good game this. 1 apiece.
Third leg, George to throw first. Game on.
And look at the acknowledgement between the two players. Both of them know they've kicked off this match in superb style.
70.
I think the frustration for me, for some of these, with some of the players and some of the things that we've seen, especially in Group C, is they start off with, so
60.
high in terms of standard. It's a real battle, and then as the game progresses, they just take their foot off the pedal slightly, and you can see that's a frustration for them as well.
60.
And that's probably been the big difference, hasn't it, between Group C and Group B, where we've seen glimpses from players, but they haven't really been able to follow
59.
up throughout the full course, the full duration of a game, where last night in Group B, we saw players get off to positive starts, the likes of Daniel Larson, the likes of Tom Sykes, but they were able to back it up for the full duration, whether that be 4, 5, 6,
100.
7 legs. They're able to maintain it throughout the course and duration of a contest, regardless of how long it is. Where maybe there's just been times where players in this group have just been a little
45.
bit patchy, I think, if that's fair to say.
$101.
Picks off the 25 to leave himself on the big fish.
Munos again, another one of those players that a lot of people could look to because
40.
he knows
Georgia
the
car
routes to go to
170.
ensure he has the best opportunity to leave a finish.
$58. $81. Georgia car 112.
Be disappointed with that last dart. It's allowed Munos 6 on 112. Can you find a way above there? It's not in. It's just underneath. It was a well thrown dart. Was unlucky not to find the intended target.
56.
But he is going to leave himself on 56 after the score.
$60. George Car 56.
This to take the lead. Double 10.
36.
Just the
Junior
wrong
Car
side of the wire.
156.
We saw a 144 from Jones yesterday. Not going to add the 156.
76. George Car 20.
So Munos looking at 2 10s to go, 2-1 to the good in the contest.
$10. Junior Car 80.
This would be a bit of a steal if Jones can pin tops.
60. George Car 10.
That's been his problem, hasn't it, on that target? Too many darts dropping low. From his perspective, that's presenting too many opportunities to his opponent. All he has to do is in off that, but he's unable to do so.
Gage on the third leg, Jake Jones.
Oh, Jake Jones just picks the
Fourth leg,
pocket of
Jake
George
through first.
Munos.
Game on.
But this has been, you mentioned it in the first match, and actually Munos was pretty accurate, 2 from 3 when he got down to a double in the first. But there have been times where he's taken charge of a leg, had that lead,
60.
and unless he pins it within the first 1 or 2 darts, ends up chasing around and then offers up the opportunity to his opponent. And that's a perfect example of what he'd just done a few too many times yesterday.
140.
It's the 24th of October, but it feels like the Christmas presents are being handed out early in this contest.
$60.
For me, it's still too early to talk about Christmas.
See, I actually agree with you, which makes me an absolute hypocrite. Some may say not for the first time.
100.
We're very much 1st of December, we'll put the tree up and whatever. Then the tree comes down.
83.
Usually the tree comes down on New Year's Day. So, I mean, when I say I definitely don't put it down. I'm no use at practical things like that.
95.
You're using the royal we, you know,
I'm
someone in your household does it. You're a spectator in all of this.
I carry the boxes up and down, and that's as far as my contributions go.
60.
Yeah, unfortunately, made a rod for my own back. I have 2 trees, and I think this year they're going to have to go up in November because I don't think I'm at home in December particularly very much.
So you're going to be
60.
that person in the street that everybody thinks you're just way too enthusiastic and will spend half of November tutting at as they drive past.
I am that person. This year I will have to be.
100. George Car 106.
Munos looking at 106 to level the game up at 2-2. What a finish this would be. Double top it is.
86.
Again, just dropping
Jake
low with
Car
that target.
138. $58. George Car 20.
Munos, I want to see this off quickly. But again, just chasing round.
No score. Jake Car 80.
Yeah, just to bust, and could be a good option, but only if he gets back to the board.
Is he going to get back to the board?
Game
Knows
shot
the
the fourth
answer.
leg,
That's
Jake Jones.
crisply clean from JJ. 3-1.
Fifth leg, George to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it really is the story of the match for me because the bigger numbers have been produced by Munos, but 1 from 12 on the
100.
outer ring compared with 3 from 5 for Jake Jones. That has been the key factor.
Well, we say so often it's all about timing, and Jake Jones, well, he's got that on tap so far in this contest.
105.
So Danny, when's the Modus Super Series Christmas Jumper Day? I'm sure that's got to be on the
100.
the calendar at some point. Should have seen the superb regalia that Scott Mitchell turned up in last year. Really did rock the part.
55.
Surely before that we've got to have the Modus Super Series Halloween night.
And thankfully I'm not there, because that would be too realistic if I was presenting that
100.
night. No one needs to see me in a jester's hat again.
45.
However, there is going to be a Halloween special, and there's also going to be a bonus Halloween bit of content where I'm in a wig.
140.
And I tell you what, they definitely get my best side, which is no side at all.
$59.
It's called Trick or
Georgia car
Trina.
61.
Be sure to catch that. There's Munos down to a double first again, but this time can he convert? Double 8.
45.
It's a great effort, but just the wrong side of the wire.
Thirteenth missed double in this contest for Munos.
41.
But
Georgia
he's going
car
to get plenty
16.
of time to wrap this particular leg up.
Getting shot on the fifth leg. George
Gets there
Munos.
eventually, and Jake Jones will have the advantage of
Six
throwing
leg
leg
takes his
6
first.
to
Game on.
get the job done in game number 5 of the session.
Yeah, and this was the same position that Jake Jones was in his opening match against Robert Thornton. Had the opportunity to serve out the match from 3-2. Thornton found a way back to level it
83.
up and then produced one of the best legs of the match to win.
$60. $45. $45.
Yeah, and as we're getting to the back end of this match, it's just getting slightly edgy.
100.
And I think that's what you need for this group. The way that everyone's playing and the emphasis I think they're all putting on the necessity to win. If you can find one treble a visit, then it's going to stand you in relatively good stead.
85.
Just trying to pick the leg apart.
41.
Well, that's a slip which, if Munoz can find a treble or two here, could really pounce upon. And once again, Jake Jones really getting himself at it in the background.
85.
85 score, legs at an even kilter. Jones 6 from here to get the job done by a 4-2 scoreline. He'll put him on to 6 points and put him back into contention.
100.
Well, Jones has wrestled the advantage back, but Munoz looking to pile on some pressure on the 1-3-2.
125. Jake car 132.
So 132 for a 4-2 win. 25 found, and that's a perfect guide if he can get the treble 19. Gets it. Beautiful guy for the ball.
107.
Tried to use it
Georgia
as
car
a marker,
101.
but only nestles alongside.
That would have surpassed the 1-2-1 that Jake Jones found in the very first leg of the match.
28. Jake car 25.
So 25 for Jake Jones to wrap up a 4-2 victory and to get his first victory of the day. 2 8s and now across for 2 4s inside.
21.
And so Munos presented
George
with another
Lucar,
opportunity
73.
here to take this game all the way to a last leg decider.
Could it be deja vu for Jake Jones?
Game shown the 6th leg, George Munos.
And it does feel very much like this is taking the same route as Jake
Seventh and
Jones's
final leg,
earlier
George, through
match
first.
against Robert Thornton. Jones had 1 match start to beat Thornton 4 legs to 2.
Game on.
He's had 3 to do the same against Munos and now finds himself again in a last leg shootout.
3rd consecutive game to go to a last leg decider.
140.
Richard Roland's up next against Robert Thornton. Big game at the top of the table, that. And we will know where the land lies come the end of it. Robert Thornton could be streaking
60.
clear. Richard Rollins could be keeping him at bay if he can
95.
get the better of the form.
$60. $59.
Munos here again with this distinct advantage. Jones, you really feel needs to fill up the treble 20 bed, and that's not going to happen.
100.
So 6 darts here from 207 to wrap it up. And to really sneak up on Jake Jones in this game.
100.
And he's going to get
45.
plenty of time to
George Lucar,
wrap up a 4-3 win. Jake Jones is probably going to think what could have been at the start of this session. Had opportunity to beat Robert Thornton, couldn't take him, had control of this game against George Munos. And it's the Greek who has the cards to get over the line and to
83.
get his first win. And when he comes back, he's going to have 3 darts in hand at double 12 to complete a last leg success.
80. George Lucar, 24.
This for the match, and it is
Shown the match,
the
George
match start
Munos.
that George Munos was looking for. Disappointment once again for Jake Jones, who found himself in the last leg decider and just the wrong side of it. Yeah, visibly not happy with how he's managed to lose both of those last leg deciders, but it's Munos that gets the result, 4 legs to 3. There's the tail of the tape, and next we've got Richard Roland taking on Robert Thornton.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had 1. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jürgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the 2nd time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, George Munos got the better of Jake Jones by 4 legs to 3. Game number 6, a meeting between Richard Roland and Robert Thornton. Paul Hinks holding court at the back of the stage. Looks like one of those Saturday night chat show hosts, doesn't he?
I don't know whatever he's saying. He's obviously entertaining Robert Thornton and Richard Roland.
I feel guilty that we've got to stop the conversation for a game of darts. But it's a big game of darts. Another game of darts which will determine who may well head through and who may be heading for home. Because if Thornton wins this, he's going to be 6 points clear at the top of the group with just 6 points left to play for. However, Richard Rollins is the only player to have beaten the form so far in this group this week. A 4-1 success in this game yesterday afternoon, an average of 89.24, 4 from 7 when it came to Rollins' doubling. But Rollins isn't on a roll at this present moment in time. Lost his first game 4-2, looking to get back on the horse.
120.
I think it's something we saw yesterday from Richard Rollins, to be fair, is that, you know, it's you don't quite know
40.
what level. And yeah, both players, both with 1 on the floor after 3 darts. We had the highest average from Richard Rollins in his very first match yesterday afternoon. Hasn't quite reached the heights so far today.
140.
And he's gone back to the flights we saw him use towards the end of yesterday. Ironically, we first used in this particular fixture
81.
against Thornton.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind taking a closer look, because they look like they are the same flight, just the
60.
colour that's changed in them. They've got that kind of crisscross pattern in there. And I do know with some players, depending on the colour of flight you use and where you hold your dart,
60.
it can actually affect the way that, you know, the light may reflect off it. The other one is very much a clear flight. Some players like to be able to see that line of the flight, so maybe a darker flight, it might not show up quite so much with the backdrop that we've got here at the Modus Super Series. So it'd be interesting to know what the thought process is from changing from the clear flights through to the black flights.
137.
Well, the change is working at this present moment in time, leaving himself on 44 after a dozen to
23.
pole throw in
Richard
the
Dakar, 44.
opening leg of this contest. But he's missed a big number, but he has got plenty of time on side. Thornton off to a slow start, and now he's missed the second single. 29 left.
28.
Gets there in the end, and as you say, Thornton hasn't really got off to a flying start.
100. Richard Dakar, 16.
2 8s. To get Roland on the board.
Getting shot on the
And
first
off
leg,
the
Richard
mark.
Rollins.
1-0 to RR.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game on. $96.
Yeah, Robert Thornton won't be panicking as of yet. Obviously, that was a win on throw for Richard Rowlands. However, this might get him thinking a little bit.
140. $140.
A lot more like it from the Fawn there. Laura, are you ready for today's tungsten teaser?
140.
I've learned to just say yes. I have no choice in the matter. I cannot wait.
So this week,
98.
we celebrated the 3-year anniversary of the first Champions Night here at the Live Lounge. The question is, can you name the 6 players that participated in it?
55. Robert Dakar,
I'll
167.
write my little list and see where I am on it.
$85.
Well, that last visit from Roland's left him on a bogey finish.
$46. Robert Dakar, 82.
Thornton 82.
$42.
Oh, he's going to leave
Richard
himself
Dakar,
tops if Roland's
120.
is unable to complete the task at the 120. That might not be the worst guy for the triple. Can he just flick it over the top? No, he can't.
60. Robert Dakar, 40.
Tops for
Shot the
Thornton.
second leg, Robert Thornton.
It almost feels like he's never going to miss that target. Obviously, he has.
Third leg, Richard through
but
first.
he
Game
must
on.
hit that more times than he misses.
It must be so nice to have a double that you just know or you feel as if when you need it, regardless of the circumstance, it can bail you out.
85.
Yeah, it's just, it gives you that extra bit of confidence, doesn't it? When you step to the oche, there's no panic or thought process in it. It's just stepping up
100.
there and just throwing at it.
$57.
But this is more like it from Robert Thornton. Finds the first maximum of the match.
$45. $45. 60.
Yeah, Roland's there, just trying to force it through. Just lost again a little bit of the form when it comes to the release.
140.
But Thornton is flying in leg 3. Down to a double after 12. Potential 13 dart breaker throw on the cards for the Thorn.
$140. Rubber car 36.
Double 18 for Thornton for the break and a 2-1 lead. Double 16.
4.
He's not there.
Richard Car 114.
Much to his frustration.
If Roland's can find this, this will hurt the Thorn. Been in control of this leg from the outset. You just saw a little nod of the head and a come on in the background from Robert Thornton.
58. Rubber car 32.
And so double 16 for the Thorn. He knows he can't squander any more opportunities. Cannot squander any more opportunities.
16.
He squandered the opportunity.
Richard car 56.
That's double 18, and it's to pinch the leg away from Robert Thornton, who's missed many a dart in this
38.
leg, but Roland's can't complete the task
16.
either.
Thought he was in. Get back, Robert. Get back. Now go get it.
Getting shot on the third leg, Robert Thornton. Fourth leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Thornton there just indicating, I think when he left that hand, his hand, it just felt perfect.
$45. $100. $81.
Thornton's in that position now. He's found a breaker throat. Now you need to hold. You don't want to let your opponent straight back in again.
95.
So the last thing Robert wants to do here is
42.
done all the hard work to get the break. Last thing you want to do is just let it unravel very quickly.
$47.
However, door open again for Robert if he can pile in something big here. And he is going to pile in something big. He's going to pile in a max.
180.
Yeah, and a real growl from Robert Thornton off the back of the maximum. He is one of those players, though, isn't he? He likes to be pumped up. He's quite often seen just kind of gesticulating in the back and getting frustrated with himself.
43. Robert Car 153.
Some players, they like to be calm. Robert Thornton isn't one of those.
Certainly no shrinking violet is the form.
45.
Well, that is a aching frustration for him. He's himself on 108 when he comes back, but knows he should have left himself on a number much shorter.
He has taken out the 108, took it out yesterday.
55. Robert Car 108. Getting shown the fourth leg, Robert
He's
Thornton.
found it again. It's a different route, but it's against the same opponent.
Fifth leg, Richard to throw first. Game on.
3-1 up and a leg away from 12 points. 6 points clear with 6 left to play for. And look at Robert in the background. He knows the opportunity that he's presented himself with here.
85.
And he knows he gets a job done here. He could put a hand, a toe, into tomorrow night's
100.
final.
Yeah, win here. We're on game number 6. There's 9 games left to go. 3 games for the
96.
players. Only 6 points up for grabs. As you say, that's pretty much all but in for the Thornton.
Going to be a part of a great sporting Saturday in Portsmouth.
80.
Fratton Park will be filled to the brim as Portsmouth take on Stoke City in the early kick-off at 12:30. That'll be rather lively. It always is when them two go head-to-head. And then we are going to have a packed-out audience. So tomorrow night's a sellout, but you
45.
can be here for any other Saturday by scanning the QR code on your screen in just a second. I can hear it being queued up in my ear. That's what I could hear. But there it is on your screen. That's the QR code. It takes you to our ticketing page where you can buy, funny enough, tickets.
99.
Yeah, and it's one of those places, if you've never been here before and you're a fan of darts, it's such a great venue. It's such a unique venue. I mean, we call it the church because it is a church. It really is a wonderful place to play, especially on a Saturday night and especially in front of a packed crowd.
Well, Thornton is putting himself on the cusp of doing exactly that. 121 points away from moving himself 6 points clear with 6 points then left to play for. Treble 17 gets it. Bullseye.
84. Richard Carl, 51.
This is the ball for the match. And can Roland save his skin? Double 16.
Getting shot on the 5th leg, Richard Roland.
Double 16 found. And Robert Thornton now being offered the chance to serve out the match. It's his darts.
Game on.
And his opportunity to go through 4 legs to 2.
Match start at the bull has come and gone for the Fawn.
137.
Richard Rowland's being given a stay of execution. But can he make best use of the reprieve that's been given to him?
$60.
Well, Thornton kicks on 2 trebles. Roland starts dry. And so advantage very much to the Scot. Very much now as he piles in his second max of the contest.
So much of that treble 20 bed open and he gets him almost on a pinhead.
Shall I say his third max of the contest?
85.
Too many maxes.
58.
Well, Robert Thornton has put himself in a position to see out this match in style.
$140. Robert Carr, 126.
Well, he just keeps himself interested, but Thornton, he's not going to do it with the 126, never had to.
86.
But what he has done is he's left himself on tops after 12 and a leg, which he has to win the match.
Roland, you feel looking for a big visit. Just to remind Thornton he's behind.
58.
Cannot find
Robert Carr, 40.
a treble 20.
Well, this for 12 points. Double 10. It's found. Come on, Robert Thornton says, because he knows he's almost there. 6 points clear with 6 points left to play for. Robert Thornton is on the cusp. He's beaten Richard Rowland's 4-2. Jake Jones, Scott Baker's next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's true. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.
So this is what we've seen so far with 6 matches down in this Group C. Before the break, Robert Thornton made a big stride towards Saturday night's final by getting the better of Richard Roland by 4 legs to 2. The form now 6 points clear of third place, 4 points clear at the top of the table, and their confirmation. Thornton 12th. It's Aaron Gill, the debutant, in second position, 8 points to his name. Such a good debut campaign for him, and he'll be hoping to get the job done over the course of the last 3 matches. Roland, Baker and Munos on 6. Jones detached now at the bottom of the table with just 4 points to his name. And we're going to see Jake Jones go head-to-head with Scott Baker in game number 7 of 15 that we're going to bring to you this afternoon here on Pluto TV. And don't forget that we'll be back tonight from 10 p.m. to see how Group B comes to a close. It was a very exciting group last night, so I hope you could join us for that again from 10 p.m. here on Pluto TV. For Jake, well, he's on 4 points, but it could have been so much different for him today. Both of his matches have gone to last leg deciders. Conceivably could have beaten both Robert
First leg,
Thornton
Jake, you're through first.
and George Munos, and all of a sudden we could have been said he was on 8 points and he was pushing at the top of the table. But I get the sense that come the end of play and the end of proceedings, he may well be looking back at those opening couple of games of the day and the positions that he put himself in by playing some
41.
decent stuff, and he'll be thinking, well, what possibly could have been.
Yeah, I agree. He positioned himself perfectly. Both those legs, he led 3 legs to
45.
2. And as you said, both those legs, he had darts to win the matches at 4-2. And then came up against it in the last leg decider. But that is the fine margins we're working to.
100.
There isn't a lot of time in a race to 4.
Everything's so finite in this format.
95.
You don't get the wiggle room that you get when you're playing first to 10, first to 11.
$81. 140.
As for Scott Baker, I think for me it's been very much of his games so far today, games of two
100.
halves, I would say, because his ability to kick off and find those big trebles, that's where he's given himself a lead. He got across
45.
the line against Roland in his opening match, 4 legs to 2, but then went down 4-3 to Aaron Gill. And again, that could be another match for Baker, because Baker had opportunities to win that match against
45.
Gill. He had 6 starts at a double. And it could have been Scott Baker sat in second position on 8 points. As it stands, he's currently at 4th on the table
60.
because of leg
Jake
difference,
Car,
just behind
134.
Richard Rowlands on 6 points.
So 134 for Jones. Oh, this is excellent. It's double 16.
102.
And it would have been for his
Scott
second
Car,
ton topper
116.
of the day, having found the 1-2-1 in his previous match against Munos. But he is going to come back for 3 more at 32.
76. Jake Car, 32. Getting shot at first leg, Jake Jones.
Just the one dart needed to take the opening leg.
Second leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Finds himself up on. It's actually been Scott Baker who's got up to the quicker starts of players so far today. He's had 2 games where he's
95.
rated to 2-0 leads. Got the better Roland's 4-2 in his opener. Was unable to convert it against Aaron Gill in his second game. But now, for the first time, has to
100.
find himself chasing from the start in a contest.
$41. $60. $95.
Scott Baker, a player that's reached the semi-finals of a finals night on 4 separate occasions.
140.
And he finds himself in quite a tricky situation when you look at the overall table. You feel for Scott
43.
Baker, out of everyone, he's going to have to win these remaining 3 matches. He's already played Aaron Gill, who is above him.
140.
Jones on the cusp of a 2-0
78.
lead, doing to
Jake
Scott
Car,
Baker what
61.
he's been doing to opponents throughout the course of the day. And he's going to get a dart to double 16.
29.
He hopes
Car,
that he's going to get 3
149.
more.
$89. Jake Car, 32.
To double his leg tally.
Getting shot on the second leg, Jake Jones.
Very accurate on the outer ring, 2 from 5. Jake Jones over these first couple
Third
of
leg,
legs.
Jake to throw first. Game on.
2-0 up and looking very good. So far is Jake Jones, average rate 3.5, 2 from 5 in terms of his doubling in this contest.
125.
Scott Baker yet to have a dart to the double so far in this game.
140. $58.
We had a conversation, didn't we, last night with regards to
100.
Matt Edgar, who is featuring in Group B. played really well, but one of the comments that he made himself afterwards was because he hasn't played competitively in matches, he just felt he'd lost that bit of edge when it came to those real key pressurised moments. And
60.
could we make the same argument here perhaps for Scott Baker? Because I haven't seen him play too much competitively.
Well, by his own admission, he says it's kind of his own choice that he's not playing too much, but he says that this is all prep for Q School come the beginning of 2026. So this is his priority, playing in this year. But he said he will be at Q School, and then we'll see what happens from there, I suppose. 81 required to get this game back on throw. He's got time on his side.
No score.
And by hitting the Chubwood dart free, he's bust the score. Lapse in concentration there.
$45.
I saw Scott Baker
81.
smiling off the back of that, because it's just one of those things where you think when things start to go wrong, everything starts to go wrong. But that finish this time round went really right.
But how many times does that happen? When you see something like that first time around, where the score gets bust, and then they come back second time and they take it out, no mistake. And we're back on throw, and we're back to 2-1. And after all that, that was a 14 darter.
$100. $36. $140.
Reaction there from Jones, just living every dart at the moment. And Jake Jones, so far today, being in front hasn't been the problem. It's just getting over that winning line.
60.
He's going to get 6 here from 2-1 to get the break that would re-establish the two-leg lead in his favour in this contest.
$41. $81. Jake your car 160.
Oh, by staying there, Baker's let himself 163. And so plenty of time here for Jake Jones if he needs it. He's going to need the full quota of 6, but
100.
He's going to leave himself on a single to double when he returns.
$139. Jake your car 60.
Great setup play, but it could all be academic, just to make sure of that first 20, and it's a real flatty.
50. Scott the car 24. Getting shot on the fourth leg. Scott Baker.
And that was a leg that you
Fifth
felt
leg Jake to throw
Jake
first.
Jones was
Game on.
completely in control of. That 139 to set up double 12, just change things around right at the tail end of the leg for Baker.
Takes Jake
60.
Jones back, and we're level at 2-2.
$100. $85.
Well, these two will be hoping to be
100.
in the famous gold font come the end of day today, because it means they'll be into tomorrow night's final. Scott Baker looking to get over that semi-final hurdle.
And honestly, I keep looking at that table, and yeah, Robert Thornton looks nice and comfortable at the top, but
81.
trying to pick someone that goes through alongside him, that is still no easy matter.
Good luck deciphering.
140. $100. Jake the car,
A real
76.
back and forth battle now between Jones and Baker.
Double top to lead this game by 3 legs to 2. Double
James on the
top
fifth
foul
leg,
to
Jake
lead this
Jones.
game by 3 legs to 2. And Jake Jones, one away
6 legs,
from
Scott to through
victory
first. Game on.
against Scott Baker. That elusive first win. He's been on the hill 3 times. He's now looking to convert. But Scott Baker
180.
piles in his second 180 of the game to kickstart leg 6.
$60. $33.
Can't back up the maximum. So a couple of trebles here from Jones puts him right back in contention for the
100.
leg.
$60. $26.
That's the first start that Baker is looking
100.
for. Can't make any more of it, but right in and around the treble 20.
$59. Scott the car, 128.
128 for Baker to take us all the way to a last leg decider. 6 from here. He's going to need the 6.
$88.
And when he comes back, it's going to be double top for the mod.
$58. Scott the car, 40. Getting on the 6 leg, Scott
3-3.
Baker.
We go all the way. Every single game so far today
Semi-final leg,
has seen
Jake
at
to do
least 6
first.
legs
Game
thrown
on.
in it. And this one is going to see the 4 compliments.
Is this a matter of third time lucky for Jake Jones when it comes to the last leg deciders? This is his
81.
third of this afternoon session.
$80.
Oh, that's an unopportune
100.
time for a bounce out for Baker. Jones just about in charge of this leg.
$85.
He now does have the ascendancy.
What he can't afford, and what he has done on an
59.
occasion, is just one of those really poorly timed. It's not just having a trebleless visit. It'll be a 26 or a 45 that offers up a bit of an opportunity for the opponent.
Well, timing perfect. Maxi number 3 for Scott Baker. And
41.
he now
Scott the car,
has 6
156.
starts of 156 to get the job done. Is it going to be the same last leg car take for Jake Jones for a
60.
third consecutive game?
Now he'd like a couple of trebles. Well, there's one.
100.
Would have to
Scott the
settle
car,
for a
96.
ton, but it's Baker back for 96 for the match.
2 darts, a double
Sean
18.
the
Only
man,
needs
Scott
the
Baker.
1 for 14 darter. And Scott Baker gets the better of Jake Jones by 4 legs to 3. It's a third consecutive 4-3 loss for Jake. Scott Baker moves on to 8. Gill and Roland is next. double 16 to become the tour champion. To enter fairy tale year of return of a title double 4. WADC Windmill Championship Tour winner, Gemma Hayter! 100. But that is a visit of a champion. For the chance nonetheless, this will be the first topper of the Championship Tour finals.
She has double 19, Shanghai in the 19s. And she does so.
Game started.
But she only needed the one. Of ADC Global Champion, the African warrior, Devon Peterson! Second edition of the ADC Global Championship gets underway on the 1st of December. The draw is a month earlier than that, 7 p.m. here on Pluto TV, to see who Devon Peterson's title defense will kickstart up against. And then on the 22nd of November, it's the third edition of the Women's Tour Championship Finals, where Gemma Hayter is looking to defend the title that she won 12 months ago. Lisa Ashton is the number 1 seed. 12:30 we start all of those events live here on Pluto TV. Game 8, halfway point of our afternoon sessione of darts here on Pluto TV, and it is a meeting between Richard Roland and Aaron Gill. For Aaron, he can move 2 points clear of Scott Baker and 4 points clear of Richard Rowlands in the 4th place position of the table, and it could possibly spark the end of Richard in terms of this campaign. A campaign which started so positively for him, but a couple of defeats early on today has seen him in a position where this is basically, for Welshie, become nothing short of a must-win
First leg,
game
Aaron
for
to
him.
through first. Game on.
Yeah, there's always question marks, isn't there, based on where people come in
60.
overnight on the table. Now, Robert Thornton probably, you would say, was lucky to get away with his first win over Jake Jones. Had to survive a match start, but backed it up really well with a win over Richard Rowlands. And he's sitting pretty at the top on 12 points. That's Richard Rowlands. He was second, but as you mentioned, hasn't picked up any points so far today. Now on his third game and playing a player that's jumped over the top of him.
46.
He's gone from second to fourth and in a really perilous position.
That's how quickly the sands of time can change in a Group C scenario.
60.
For me, both these players, they're facing two very different challenges, because when you spoke to Aaron Gill earlier on, he was like, yeah, of course I want to make it through to the Saturday. Obviously, everyone comes here to do that, but he's here on debut. And now he's gone from a position where perhaps that was kind of a bit of a pipe dream to now a real reality. He's second on the table, and a win here could really solidify his position in second place. Does that put on a bit of added pressure, because you've gone from free-flowing right the way through to, wow, I've got a real chance here. I need to make the most of it.
All of a sudden there's expectation where he said before there was absolutely none on him, but As soon as something comes into the
43.
rearview mirror and as soon as something can be achieved, all of a sudden the psyche changes, irrespective of who you are.
I mean, I've done it here myself. I've come here,
Richard
played in the Group B, won all my games, top overnight, and then lost the first 3 the next day because all of a sudden you think, right, yeah, I've got this, I want this. Lost in 3 last leg deciders.
So you're the initial architect of the Jake Jones MO.
126. $140, Richard Carr 32.
Possible early breaker throw for Richard Roland.
$27.
Yeah, head in hands
Alan
moment
Yuka,
because he skied it and gone into the 11.
Potentially 27 in pain, particularly if the tops goes.
65. Richard Yuka 5. Getting shown the first leg, Richard Rollins.
Richard Roland's narrowly getting away with it, but it's a breaker
Second
throw
leg,
and
Richard
that's
is
what
first.
counts. And yeah, that smile tells you he knows he's got away with one there.
Might be one of the scrappiest legs he's won today, but it may well be one of the most important.
$140.
No max at the opening visit of that leg, but 140 puts himself in a very good position on
22.
throw.
$100. $100. $100.
This was the match yesterday where Gill ran out a 4-1 winner. It was
100. Richard Carr
was a patch
161.
in yesterday's play where Aaron Gill just found those next levels and hit just under a 97 average in that victory.
$104.
Well, that 25 there means he comes back for 57, single to double the lead.
58. Richard Carr
Does
57.
feel like possibly the pressure and the weight of expectation possibly it's just caught Aaron Gill a little bit. And Rollins is capitalising on this.
He's
Using
on
all
the
of his
second leg,
experience here.
Richard
That's a
Rollins.
14 dart, a good leg on throw, but I think he can just sense
Third
that
leg,
Aaron
Aaron to
knows
throw
the scenario
first.
here,
Game
and
on.
Richard using all of his experience to kind of capitalise on that.
60.
When you do have that in your armoury, though, when you do have the experience that you can draw upon, and you can perhaps players don't always have to give it away in terms of with Robert Thornton, you
96.
know what he's thinking. He's always moving his arms, but you do get the sense when someone is just ever so slightly edgy, it can settle you as an
100.
opponent.
$140.
Well, Richard Rollins would be hoping by getting this win on the board, he gets himself back on the horse because he wouldn't want the fruits
60.
of his labour yesterday to go a waste. And he is just beginning to stretch away and stretch away and stretch and stretch and stretch away.
180.
Filling up the treble 20 bed. Finds the first maximum of the match.
59. Richard Ducar, 85.
Really good performances. Perhaps best average of the group so far, 96.68 for Roland's potential 11 darter. If he could have found the treble dart 1. Didn't have to go 20 ball because the opponent's on 2-2-2.
53.
He's going to come back for back-to-back 5-visit legs if he can take out double 16 when he comes back.
60. Richard Ducar, 32. Getting shot on the third leg, Richard
Found
Roland.
a way through, but would have had time because it was a miscount from Aaron Gill. Left him
Fourth
on
leg,
a
Richard through
bogey
first.
finish.
Game on.
But this is what we've said, all through yesterday, really, from Roland's. We don't ever know kind of what to expect in terms of the levels, and this is possibly up there with some of the best darts that he's thrown so far in Group C.
60.
It's been a long couple of days. We will have Group B tonight from 10 o'clock on
40.
Pluto TV. And then we'll have Saturday night's finale in front of a boisterous crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
And if Richard Roland's here can get over the line 4 legs to nil,
140.
that would see him then jump straight back into second position on the table. And it would be Aaron Gill that's back down in fourth because there's a massive shift in the leg
32.
difference. There'd be 3 players on 8 points, Roland's, Baker and Gill. Obviously the match isn't over yet, but Roland's making good headway already in what could be the decisive leg of the match.
$59.
However, I do hope the football team win tomorrow because if they get trounced 5-0, then they might think of
45.
possibly swallowing their pride in a different way.
$95.
Big last dart from Richard Roland's.
99. Richard Ducar, 147.
147.
$60.
Well, 60 for Rollins, leads him on 87 to complete a comprehensive 4-0 when he needed a confidence booster
96.
to get his
Richard
day
Ducar,
started. Well, his
87.
performance will be exactly that. And because of the margin of victory, he'd moved back up to second position. That's how quickly things can change. Aaron Gill will move down to fourth. And he's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 18 to get the job done. Job done efficiently from Richard Roland. A 4-0 success over Aaron Gill puts it back into the top 2. And this is how he did it. That the tail of the tape. Next up, it's Robert Thornton against George Munos. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So we're past the halfway point in our Group C session this afternoon. And before the break, Richard Roland's got the better of Adam Gill by 4-0, putting him onto 8 points alongside Scott Baker and Aaron, who's dropped out of 4th in the table. Roland's up to 2nd position in the table. Robert Thornton here can rubber stamp his qualification through to finals night tomorrow if he gets the better of George Munos in game number 9.
First. Game on.
So Robert to get us underway, and for Thornton, this would be such a big thing for him to get back into the
41.
Saturday night fold. It's been a little while since we've seen him play on the final day of the week in front of a crowd, and I just get the sense that if he did, he'd just embrace and relish every single bit of it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely one of the big names and the big performers here at the Super Series. And this is a game where I think Robert Thornton's going in with an absolute abundance of confidence. They've played 4 times this week. Thornton's won every single meeting that they've had. And this would be, as you say, to solidify his position in tomorrow's finals.
140. $45.
So all beginning to click into gear again for the Thorn.
What he doesn't want to do and what he can't afford to do is just switch off for any given length of time, because Munos has definitely upped the levels since being in Group C. Picked up a couple of wins yesterday. Already had 1 win today. It was a 4-3 victory over
41.
Jake Jones.
Georgia Carr 121.
So 121 for Munos to take the opening leg and for a crucial opening break. He's got 6 of them here. So he doesn't have to scamper around the treble 17. He's not going to.
97.
And he's going to leave himself on 2 12s when he comes back after 12.
$125. Georgia Carr 24. No score. Robert Carr 69.
Chance for Thornton to hold. Single 10. Leaves 1 dart at tops. And 1 dart is all Robert Thornton needs.
Tops pinned.
Second leg, George
Thornton 1 up.
Game on.
For Munos there, what could have potentially have been a 13 dart leg again was another one. He was in control, couldn't see off the leg, and just when he's offered up that opportunity, there's always been someone there with impeccable timing 85. To sweep up.
$100.
Well, for those of you watching at home that are intrigued to find out the answer to the tungsten teaser, we will give you the answer in the next match between Aaron Gill and Jake Jones. So, tungsten teaser fans, don't fret. Don't change the channel, because we will have the answer before too long.
100.
Munos here trying to
60.
Search out a treble, but he is first down to a finish. It's not the first time we've said that today. It's just it hasn't been efficient enough when it's come to the doubling.
96. Georgia Carr 141.
So 141 for Munos to level up at 1 apiece. Not to be taken on this particular occasion. And so Thornton
41.
Looking at 160. And this is such a real house finish for this man. But it's not going to be this time.
100. Georgia Carr 100.
Oh, another tops.
60.
Almost a
WK
showstopper
60.
from Munos.
Shovels across.
40.
But able to fire on the
George Luca,
tops.
40.
So Munos, who himself has got a similar proficiency on the top target of the board, is looking to level up at 1 apiece.
Getting shot in the second leg, George Munos.
Absolutely perfectly central in that tops bed.
Third leg, Robert is through first. Game
Level
on.
up at 1 apiece.
$57. $100. $95.
Of course, temperatures in the UK just dropping. Storm Benjamin very much
85.
in the midst in the United Kingdom. And it's getting to that point of the year where conditions begin to get a little bit colder. Before too long, we'll see players
140.
with Under Armour on. And of course, Sunday, we get an extra hour's kit because the clocks go back.
140.
Always a welcome thing. But then we know that when it comes round again, then we're going to lose an hour at some point.
I don't care. It's an extra hour in the pub on Saturday night.
29.
Just remember, if you always get
60.
confused with that, spring forward, fall back.
$85. Giorgio Car 116.
Munos has had a few ton plus checkouts this week. Single 19 tops for a 116.
96. Robert Car 95.
And whilst he's been really efficient on tops, is the combination finishing, which has been a bit problematic.
It's the ball for Thornton for 2-1. Oh, beautifully
Gains
nestled.
on the third leg, Robert Thornton.
The 4 nestling it superbly and has a
Halfway
2-1
close to
lead in
third
this
first.
contest.
Game on. $140.
Robert Thornton taking Munos' 140, raising him a 180.
Is he just beginning to make his move, is Thornton? Pins a 95. His opponent sat on double 10.
43.
Kicking off this leg with a max 2-1 to the good and now threatening the break to go too clear.
I think the Thornton as well, he can sense the danger that Munos is now presenting,
100.
averaging around the 90 mark. And as we've mentioned, he has been one of those players that I felt has just got a bit better towards the tail end of this week.
He's also the type of player,
100.
Thornton, that sometimes will go with the pace of a game. If a game goes haywire, 100 mile an hour, he can follow it. But at the same time, sometimes if it's a little bit of a slugfest,
81.
he'll just find a way of getting through that.
$94. Robert Car 140.
140 is very much on. Stayed there. Couldn't find the second treble, but he's going to
100.
leave
Georgia
tops
Car
after 12 for the break. If
124.
Munos cannot convert the 1-2-4.
The grimace from Thornton. Munos 124 needs to find the treble 18. Treble 18 found. Ball for a 124 and 2 apiece.
78. Robert Car 40.
Unable to get, and so Thornton double top for a crucial breaker throw, which will put him in control, put him on away for qualification.
20.
But the chance has come
Georgia Car
and it has
46.
gone.
And this time, Munos with the opportunity to punish.
$26. Robert Lucar, 20.
10 to go 3-1 to the good. Double 5.
10. George Lucar, 20.
The audible cry of, "Oh, Robert." The positioning looked awkward.
15.
Both
Robert
players
Lucar,
now
10.
chasing it round the board.
Getting shown the fourth leg.
Eventually, Robert Thornton breaks the throw of George Munos and opens up a 3-1 lead in this contest. And crucially now, he has the darts in his hand to complete a 4-1 success. And it would be a 4-1 success, which would seal his spot into Saturday night.
You see the leg-by-leg play there. It's been relatively consistent, around 18, 19 darts, but most of that is because
83.
The scoring has not been the issue. We've seen 180s, but it's those checkouts. Robert Thornton, 3 from 11. George Munos, 1 from 12.
100.
Well, he had similar, I know he won his last game, but he had similar problems against Jake Jones, where he missed 15 darts of the outer
100.
ring.
But Thornton's just not necessarily affording him as many opportunities as he got against Jake Jones.
140. $121. Robert Lucar, 161.
6 darts for Saturday night.
55.
A chance here for Munos to put himself on a slightly more
38.
manageable finish,
Robert
but
Lucar,
it's not going to be the case.
For the match and for a place through, Thornton has got 6. He's going to need the 6.
58.
Well, this would be an amazing moment for Robert Thornton. Can he put the
127,
cap on
Robert
what's
Lucar,
been a good
48.
week by qualifying here? It's double top. Double 10.
38.
2 qualification darts have come
George
and gone.
Lucar, 32.
Just got the release wrong on that dart for tops, and Munos here, double 16. To bring it back within 1. It'd have to be a double-double combination.
16. Robert Lucar, 10.
So this to finally seal it. Double 5 for Robert Thornton. You can tell the magnitude of this moment for the twice seniors world champion.
8.
And
George
the
Lucar,
chances
16.
are beginning to be spurned 10 to the dozen.
It's just getting a bit edgy as it comes down to the business end of the match. And he's not going to get another chance in this leg. If Robert Thornton is going to seal his position into Saturday's finals,
6-leg George,
he's going to have to either break or hold at 3 apiece.
Game on.
The tension, the anguish, it goes on for the Fawn.
$85. $140.
We have to say credit to George Munos as well. He's really putting up a battle here against Robert Thornton.
He's digging away, and that's all you can really ask of him in his position.
100.
He's just got to hope that Thornton relapses those missed darts in the back of his mind, and it just opens the door up potentially for him.
99.
However, if Munos is to take it all the way, then he has to break anyway in the last leg decider. But Thornton here, hoping to do so with time to spare, because that max has left him on 81. And he's going to get, at least should get a look at the bull to qualify himself through to tomorrow night's final. What a moment this would be for Robert Thornton.
137. Robert
Trio of maximums and Munos right on his tail. Single 12. It is a dart. It is at the ball.
56.
It's just the width of a wire away, and Munos now back to level up at 3 apiece.
It's double top, just to keep the fawn at bay. One left.
Getting shot on the 6th leg, George Munos.
And Robert Thornton in the background shakes his head because he's now had darts in 2 legs to go through. And now he has to do the job on throw in this last leg decider.
81.
Yes, an effort of Herculean proportions from the man from Athens.
$100.
Well, he's going to have to show all those gladiatorial qualities once again, isn't he?
He's definitely proven himself to be a fighter in terms of the fact that a lot of players, especially on debut, only picking up 2 wins in Group A, it's very easy to get very despondent in the situation. But as we've said, he's
41.
picked up more wins over the last couple of days than he did in the whole of the first 3 days. And he's bringing the game to Robert Thornton. The averages, they may not be as high as what they could have been, but that's because of missed darts at the double. If they were hit efficiently, it probably would have been Munos at early stages. He was outscoring Robert Thornton.
Well, it's certainly been a match
45.
which has been littered with peaks and troughs, and if we be perfectly honest, we're none the wiser when this last leg decided how things are going to go, because as you can see, 9 darts thrown apiece, neither player at the 300s.
83.
And you just get the sense the player that gets over the line is probably going to crawl over the line in this contest. We approach the 18th minute of this game, and we are none the wiser as to who the winner of it's going to be.
125.
Nope, like this whole match, very much back and forth between the two.
55.
And Munos in a position where he has got 6 from 190.
$100.
90 left to seal a 4-3 win for George Munos.
140.
But that 140 is left Robert on a single to double. What gives?
That's double 15 for a 4-3 victory, and goes the wrong side of the wire. It's a let-off here for Robert Thornton. Can he get across the line?
Well, this is the 3rd leg in which he's had darts to win this match and to qualify himself through. It's double 10. 1 left.
36.
That wire is the difference between Robert Thornton qualifying for Saturday and having to possibly hang on a bit longer.
Getting shown the match, George
And
Munos.
it is George Munos that gets across the line. He denies Robert Thornton the chance of qualifying through at this point in proceedings by winning 4 legs to 3. Great little chat between the two. There's the tail of the tape. One of the best averages we've seen from Munos so far this week. And it's a 4-3 victory. And coming up next, Scott Baker takes on... Aaron Gill takes on Jake Jones.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
1 dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one? is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart double 16 gets the job done there for Jürgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go. And the Modus Super Series champion, Jeff Smith.
So game 9 has come and gone here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, Robert Thornton had spurned qualification darts to see himself into the finale. He lost out to George Munos by 4 legs to 3. Now game number 10 is a meeting between Aaron Gill and Jake Jones. Robert Thornton, well, he's 4 points clear, 4 points left to play for. He's on 12 points plus 7 following 8 games. Richard Roland, Scott Baker and Aaron Gill, they're all on 8 points in the group.
Game on.
Roland with a plus 6 legs difference, Baker plus 1 legs difference, Aaron Gill minus 2 legs difference. Jake Jones has seen every single game he's played today go the distance, go for 3. But for him, unfortunately, on all 3 occasions, he's found himself on the wrong side of the scoreline. Let's not also discount George Munos, who's on 8 points minus 6 in 5th position. You can see the table there. Thornton 4 clear, and because of the traffic that's in the way on 8 points, it would be incredibly difficult for him not to qualify. But I actually crossed Robert in the corridor during the last commercial break, and he said, I just need a little touch. That's all I need now to see myself into the final tomorrow night.
97.
I think he's very much enjoying the challenges, Robert, this week. And he'll very much enjoy the position that he's in. But Jake Jones will not enjoy the position he's in one bit, because it could have been such a different story for him today. Even if just 1 or 2 of those results that went 4-3 just went the other way.
Yeah, and I think that the frustrating part of it all for Jake Jones will be that he crafted out the chances. He had match-winning darts in the matches that he went down in a deciding leg 2.
120.
And he was the player, I think, yesterday that showed the best improvement towards the tail end of of the afternoon session because he was struggling those first couple of matches, and then something just seemed to
83.
click.
Check your car. 121.
Well, 1-2-1 to get up to the perfect start in this game and to get an opening leg break. Oh, wow, he says.
53. Out on your car.
He'll hope
157.
that it's an academic mistake, and it is going to be an academic mistake because Gill cannot convert the 157.
99. Check your car. 68. Game shot on the first leg, Jake Jones.
Cleanly taken in the end, and it is a break for Jake Jones.
Second leg, Jake to throw
And
first.
again, it goes back to
Game
the conversation we had in the last match with regards to Aaron Gill. He hasn't had a lot of time to kind of to recover. It's just the one game in between. He lost 4-0, the only 4-0 that we've had so far today, to
100.
Richard Roland. He was in second position. He's now in fourth position. And I just wonder how much that's playing on the back of his mind, because in terms of performance standards, way off
128.
where he has been throughout this campaign in Group C.
$100.
What do you reckon Aaron Gill,
60.
irrespective of if he does get in or doesn't get in, what do you think he'll take from the experience of the last couple of days here at the Live Lounge?
I think for anyone that plays here on debut, obviously you want to make a good account of yourself, and I think he can walk away and
60.
say, yeah, he has done that. He's still in contention. He could still go through into Saturday, but it would be good to hear from him to think how valuable this
60.
experience has been here. The one takeaway that most players seem to have is, I want to get back, I want to come back, and I want to do even better.
The good thing for players, it is an
45.
attainable thing to come back again and again, particularly for the ATC regions. It's not... We kind of spoke about it, didn't we? I'm not sure if it was you or Trina earlier on this week, but we
59.
spoke about that the pathways, in fact, that maybe back in the past you had to work all year to play one match on a stage, where now you've got constant cycles of 2-3 months. The vaults are 7 weeks long. You qualify through that. You can come back here every 3
100.
months, potentially.
Yeah, and for me, it really was one match every 12 months. My record at Lakeside is
81.
not the best, but
96.
If I remember rightly, there was one game one year where he did try and drag one leg out.
yeah, and that ironically was at the
36.
O2, and I did
Out on your
actually win a
car,
game there,
113.
but not that one. Less said about that one, the better.
Hello, Corinne, if you're watching.
41.
Oh, Henry.
Check your car. 60.
Where's Corinne from?
These days resides in Waterlooville. Very much Australian, though.
Game shot on the second leg, Jake
2-0
Jones.
to Jake Jones. She is from Australia, not Alabama, I promise you that.
I
Further
was
gallery to
thinking
throw first.
deep South
Game on.
America when you did that one.
We've learnt over the course of the last, 2 and a bit years working together, accents are not my strong point.
140.
But yet you persevere.
Well, we're still trying to search for my strong point anyway, let's be perfectly honest.
$60.
However, I do have something which nobody else can do around here, and that's a tungsten teaser, mate, because I can't be
43.
bothered to do it around here. But shall we have the answer to today's tungsten teaser whilst we're here?
Absolutely.
So the question was, can you name the 6 players who played in the first ever Champions Night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth?
81.
The answers were, of course, Conan Whitehead, who became the first ever Champions Week winner. Graham Usher was the runner-up. Then you had Josh Payne,
60.
Darryl Pilgrim, our very own Chris Mason, and Lee Evans. 3 years ago this week, the first ever Champions Night here at the
60.
Live Lounge in Portsmouth. In fact, Colin Hammond was commentating on that first final.
25.
It's amazing, isn't it, to think 3 years, where has that time gone? But you look at the progress, and And the setup that's here now, it's unbelievable.
$140.
Well, 140 for Jones, puts on 160 to go 3-0 to the good. And with the Crumb McComfy, may well be having
93, J.U. Car
will expect
160.
to turn 3 into 4 on this occasion. Another, and you fancy it with the live dart 1, gets it double top. Well, his top plus finishing has been brilliant at times this week, and he's added a 160 to the mix to get the double breaker throw and to lead this game by 3 legs to 0.
A real steely focus on the face of Jake Jones. At 3-0 up, if this is another one that goes to a last leg decider, then I think it's
120.
Jake Jones will think that the darting gods are not smiling upon him this week.
$43.
Yeah, Jake Jones, a player that used to actually represent England at a youth level, and has a lot of people now travelling over for the WDF World Masters. Himself, a former youth World Master runner-up back in 2011.
Yeah, 11 days worth of darts
46.
out in Budapest. The World Masters, the WDF World Open, and the last chance qualifiers for the Lakeside. And
100.
There will be brand new champions this year because Bo Greaves will not be there.
82.
And of course,
Car
the defending
160.
Open champion Wesley Plaisir cannot defend his title because he's now a PDC tour card holder. Oh, this is for back-to-back 160s to win it, not to beat.
85. $44. J.U. Car 75.
Well, this has been a really good performance from Jay Jones. Around about this time yesterday, really did spring into life. So you're going to do something similar towards the end of Friday. Double top for the win. For 4-0 win. And a comprehensive performance. And that will feel like a huge weight off his shoulders. He lost his first 3 games by a 4-3 scoreline, but that is comprehensive. A 4-0 win, you'll see. Coming up next, Scott Baker takes on Robert Thornton. Thornton a win away. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty
appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor. One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Deviating a little bit from traditional darts because the theme of this episode is soft tip darts. These are two very successful players within that realm.
It's got a specific size point at the end, made of plastic, so that when it hits the board, it hits a hole and registers a score with the computer. What he wants to do is he wants the flight, when thrown, to go over the top. If you see the flight here, when he throws it, the flight goes over the top of the barrel. And then in the air, it will correct itself and land flat. This is a thing he's been trying to perfect for many, many years. Because whenever he plays soft tip or steel tip, he wants the same angle of entry every time. And he, like Adrian Gray, when he pierces the air with that forceful throw, it's not as pronounced as Gray, but that index finger is going towards the target. Almost, it looks like a beak as it goes forward. There's a lot of, the fingers are actually going towards the floor. So he's not twisting the forearm, which is made up of two bones, which can overlap. That's where some people can rotate that lower arm, and it can cause problems with the release. But as you can see with Boris, when the arm comes forward, he's actually penetrating the air with the hand, and he's pushing the dart through the air. They're so used to throwing something light that they have stayed with it. I think soft tip is a great game, and unless you try it, you've got no idea.
Yeah, Breaker Throw is back. Once we're done here, it features the soft tip players, Boris Kirchmar and Adrian Gray. So do join us for that once we're done with our live coverage this afternoon. So we're into game 11 of the day, and it's opportunity and knocking for Robert Thornton. If he gets the better of Scott Baker in this one, then he'll qualify through to tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Scott, well, the position is beginning to look rather desperate. I mean, it's looking rather desperate for everybody now in that portion of the table. Wins this, he's in a very good position, 10 points. And then he will see Roland's take on Munos in the next. The winner of that one will move on to 10 points. However, if he loses this one, he's guaranteed to be 2 points behind somebody going into the final rounds worth of matches where he takes on George Munos.
60.
For Robert Thornton, he can just get it done now without any matter of fuss, and then having to worry about any kind of permutations 60. Going into the final rounds worth of play.
58.
I suppose if we're going to be honest, Laura, we saw Robert go clear in that game against George Munos, and then as that
82.
finishing line approached, did just feel a little bit wobbly. And we've got to remember, this is the first time Robert's been in this position in a little while.
59.
Yeah, and he's still in a fabulous position. He's still 4 points clear of the rest of the chasing pack. But yeah, as you say, you just want to guarantee it. You want to get
59.
yourself over the line. You do not want to be relying on favours from anybody else. And it is within Thornton's hands. But you just feel that you're going to get a bit of a charge here from Scott Baker, because Scott is another player. He's got the opportunity to go on to 10 points. He would have just seen Aaron Gill lose. So it is a chance for him to jump up into second place.
60.
Baker left on a ton, Thornton 184. What do you give for a ton to leave himself on a two-darter? Just to pose the question of Baker, unable to do so. And so the mod looking at a square ton for 1-0 lead.
40. Robert car 124.
Triple 18 for the ball.
63. Scott car 60. 20. Robert car 61.
25 for double 18.
On the
Double
first leg,
18 found
Robert
top
Thornton.
corner. And Thornton on top. He's got an opening break. He's free away
Second
once
leg, Robert
again
through first.
from a
Game on.
Saturday night at the Live Lounge.
For Scott Baker, if he was to lose this, he would remain on 8
100.
points. And you've got the likes of Richard Roland and George Munos, who sat behind, also on 8 points, with that opportunity
60.
then to break away once again.
$40. 100. 140. 100.
Robert Thornton ran out a 4-2 winner against Scott Baker yesterday.
60.
Now he'd like to repeat that feat today or go slightly better.
60. Robert car 161.
161 for Robert. Triple 17, unable to get. But he's in a
64.
very good position to double his advantage in this contest, although that slip into the single one has just made life a little bit more awkward for him.
59.
Luckily for
Robert
him,
car
Baker cannot find a
97.
treble with that turn.
Double 12 for a 97.
85. Scott car 122. 82. Robert car 12.
Tidies it up nicely, but may not get back to the Oki.
Getting shown the second leg, Robert Thornton.
Thornton finds the double free. The trapdoor doesn't open him up. And
Third leg,
it's
Scott to
2-0
first.
to the four.
Game on.
And if you're Scott Baker and you're stood behind and you see your opponent go inside on your second
95.
dart on a double 6, you think, oh, I might be in with a shot here.
It's the hope that kills you.
Every single time.
100.
Won't be too far from It's Behind You season, will we? Oh, no, we're not.
140.
Sadly, yes, we are. Yeah.
$45.
I've done panto before.
Now that is something that does not surprise me.
I was Smee in Peter Pan.
99.
Which probably sums up my character. Dopey, silly, gullible, prone to the odd gaff.
Renaming the Seven Dwarfs there,
95.
really.
Scott car 167. 59.
I don't think they needed to work too hard to cast me as that.
$140. Scott car 108.
I suppose I should admit that I've also been in panto.
Getting shown the
Oh,
third
yes,
leg,
that
Scott
108
Baker.
goes to Scott Baker, and that's a route back into the match for the mods.
Fourth
Back
leg,
to
Robert through
2-1,
first. Game
and that
on.
could well be the spark for the Tipton ace.
Yeah, but he still doesn't look happy at the back of the stage. It was a great conversion of the 108.
58.
It's a shot that we've seen Robert Thornton take out on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, took that out early on today in his win against
125.
Richard Roland's. You're going to divulge
100.
what you what you wear is panto, or is it too embarrassing to wear?
No, I did it at. I was quite young, so I did it at the Nuffield in Southampton.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, I was.
Not a small theatre
no.
either, is it?
97.
No, I was just one of the kind of background cast members. I think it was a 40 Thief.
80.
See, if we carry on talking, they'll probably create a Super Series Panto that we're all going to do for Pluto TV. Now that would be some casting, wouldn't
100.
it? Do the Wizard of Oz or something.
139. Robert Carr, 146. $56. Scott Carr, 72.
I'm trying to work out who would be who in a version of that.
Well, Tots goes a begging for bacon to level this game at 2-2. Thornton to go one away for qualification again. 2 darts at double 15. Gets it. Brilliant finish. Thornton one away.
Yeah, and this another game with some
Fifth
rapid pace behind it.
Game on.
Both players keen to get on, and it's Robert Thornton now on the edge of an automatic qualification
100.
spot into tomorrow's finals.
Well, that first dart's plum.
81.
Incidentally, the Pantone Portsmouth this year is Aladdin, with Barry from EastEnders
83.
as the star. They said, we don't want another soap star this year headlining, but they're going to do it anyway.
60.
I'll get my
54.
coat after that last remark.
It's all right, I quite enjoy a bit of
99.
karaoke every so often.
Cannot beat karaoke. I tell you what, he's performed karaoke down in Portsmouth at a little pub that I sometimes frequent in. It was a very enjoyable night out.
135.
Did you sing?
Yes. My usual number.
Thornton just trying to work out what he needs to do to
94.
make sure he's on a
Scott Carr,
finish.
129. $93. Robert Carr, 167.
Well, this is a match-winning opportunity, but that set-up play the shot before for Scott Baker means he returns for
93.
double
Shot of
18
car,
to go
36.
back within one leg.
Double 9. It's
18.
not there.
Robert
And so for
Carr,
Robert
74.
Thornton, is this the moment he seals his qualification? He's going to have to look at the bull.
49. Scott Carr, 18.
Opts to switch.
2. Robert Carr, 25.
So it's finally it. Double 4. Robert Thornton is into Saturday night, and you could see the relief on the Fawn's face as he qualified through. He tops the group to boot. And that is the smile of a man who's been waiting for that moment for a long, long time. And it's so good to see that beaming smile on the face of Robert Thornton once again as he qualifies through once again.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Darton tops for the match to win 4-1. And the darter double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Robert Thornton has won Group C. 14 points good enough for him to qualify through. And now everybody else in the group is still in play at this particular point in time, with the exception of Jake Jones, because he can only get to a maximum of 8 points, and there is a guarantee that the winner of this game is going to get to 10 as Roland and Munos go head to head. Well, for Robert, it's going to be so good to see him back here tomorrow night in front of a packed-out Portsmouth crowd. And they're going to so embrace watching one of the true legends of the game joust it out on the live lounge. I mean, you look at the lineup we could potentially have tomorrow. Now, if it goes according to Group B tonight, you'd have Boris Kirchmar, Robert Thornton, and if it stays the top 3 as it is, Daniel Larsson, Tom Sykes, Fallon Sherrock. And even if one of Paul Hogan and Matthew Edgar swap places with one of them, still, that is one heck of a finals night we've got ahead of us.
Yeah, and then you can add into the mix one more player here from Group C. And
First
as
line
you say,
Richard to throw first.
we know who it definitely can't beat at this stage, but there are still essentially 4 players still in the mix. And you have to say it's advantage to one of these 2, because whoever picks up the points, they still both have a game in hand going into the last 3 rounds of fixtures.
Now, I'm not one for hyperbole statements.
85.
Really?
However, I think tomorrow night may well be one of the great nights we've ever had under this church roof.
85.
The darts might be that good that we might see the roof catch fire. Not literally, by the way. Not literally, by the way.
140.
Well, let's meet somewhere in the middle, and let's say it's definitely going to be a roof raiser at least tomorrow.
Yeah, but I can't say those words
Sorry.
together.
85. 60.
On paper and going into this fixture, you would say the advantage is very much
83.
in favour of Richard Rolands. Richard Rolands won this by 4 legs to 2 yesterday. I know I take that back. It was Munos that won 4 legs to 2. It was the opening match for these two.
80.
However, that last match just felt like something clicked once again for Richard Rolands, getting that 4-0 win over Aaron Gill. And Aaron Gill, at that point, was probably the closest
60.
competitor. He
Richard
was that
Carr,
second on the table.
136.
So 146 here for Richard Rolands. If you found that, that would have been a Richard Rolands roof raiser.
100.
But he'll take the ton. He's got time. But Munos has proven to be a dangerous competitor for those trying to
60. Richard Carr,
find a
36.
spot. Came in bottom of the odds and he's got an opportunity to get through himself here.
Getting shot on the first leg, Richard Rolands.
Rolands pins a double 18. Finds himself
leg
a
George
leg
through
to the
first.
good in
Game
this
on.
contest.
$180.
Munos parsing a max. He's somebody that's so hard to get rid of, isn't he? Just when you think, oh, possibly I might have him, he just finds ways of just keeping himself interested in
57.
games.
Yeah, and he found his first 180 of today.
45.
In fact, that maximum there for George Munos is the first that he's had in Group C.
60. $60. $140.
Richard Rolands with a victory in this game. Will
140.
qualify through to tomorrow night's final, courtesy of his superior legs difference over the rest of the field.
$100. George Carr, 76.
But this here a good response from Munos. It's one dart at the ball.
51. Richard Carr, 144.
144 for Rolands to double his lead to 2-zip. He's not going to take it out this time. And so Munos back for 25 to square the game back up.
44. George Carr, 25.
Ah, the old 3-double-11 route. And that's the perils of it.
17.
I say tongue-in-cheek.
Richard Carr, 100.
Well, it did prove perilous, and Rolands now can double his lead here. Tops. And there's the first one.
60. Joshua 8.
Unable to oblige with the second, and so Munos will return, looking at double 4 to level this game back up at 1 apiece.
Getting shot on the
Double
second
4
leg, George
found,
Munoz.
and we're back on level terms at 1-1.
Third leg, Richie to throw first. Game on. $135. $60. $100.
Good pick off with the last start for Richard Roland's.
Well, we said first thing yesterday morning, didn't we? You
83.
should never really write off Richard Roland's, and there was a point today where when he lost his first two, he thought, could be in a bit of trouble here. But my goodness, has he fought back.
54.
Winning 4-0 against Aaron Gill, and then in a position here where he'll hope from this point in this leg to go 2-1 up and halfway towards
60.
Victory against George Munoz, which would put him into the big night.
Yeah, it's a combination of factors, I think, for Richard Roland's, because, yes, he lost those first couple. It did look
60.
quite perilous at one point, but other results have gone his way, including the win that he got himself. But Scott Baker hasn't been able to press on. Things just starting to fall his way.
Roland's tapping the back of his head, telling himself to focus, and I'm sure that will do somewhat to focus the eyes in as Munoz piles in a max to leave 118. 152 acquired. 72 left from here.
96. Georgia Car 118.
That's the one treble which he gets there to give himself a dart at a double. And by hitting that, he's left himself on double 2. Oh, well, that's the only way you should take out 118. An accidental slip into the treble, but need not matter as Munoz pins a double 2 to lead 2-1. And Richard Roland's left with just a smirk on his face.
Yeah, it's a 118, and has he got Richard Roland's number, because he beat him yesterday?
121.
And as mentioned, he hasn't been a prolific 180 hitter so far this week, but he's had 2 in this match alone.
$100.
And because Munoz is leading this game,
85.
now he's in second position in the group. That's how quickly this can all change.
After this match, there are 3 more fixtures remaining. It'll be Thornton taking on Gill. Jake Jones will be taking on Richard Roland's, and Munoz will face Scott Baker.
100. $93. 125.
Munos here seemingly has Richard Roland's on the ropes. But the one criticism we have had so far of Munos is the fact that when he gets into this position, when he's leading in a leg, sometimes he can slip up on a double.
45. Judges car
Pretty
70.
good so far this match.
Richard Car 142.
142, and you just get the feeling this is must get here for Richard. It's not to be, and so Munos will come back for double top to lead this game 3-1. And let's be perfectly honest, we've not really spoken about George too much in terms of the qualification picture. He may be forcing us to talk about him if he piles this in.
Richard Car 97.
Another chance for Richard Roland. Treble 18 should be the target, but just the wrong side of the wire. So once again, Munos
57.
has the opportunity to go within one of the match.
Double 10 to go within one. Getting closer, but he cannot find a way in. And have we got another plot twist here?
40.
And this is what we were saying just a few moments ago. Has a lead in a leg. Can't see it off.
And now it's Roland's turn to
20.
make a hash of a finish. Well, this is getting tense. This is getting nervy. This is getting squeaky. But Munos wriggles himself out of that leg and opens up a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, Richard to throw first. Game on.
And I'm sure after that leg, Roland's will be shouting Richard louder than Hyacinth Bouquet in keeping up appearances.
$100.
Is he going to make the Saturday night candlelight supper?
$100.
And again, this is another match. Just feels like it's got a real air of tension around it.
100. $57.
Richard Roland's on throw to try and keep the match alive is already on the back foot.
140.
Now really is, because Munos after 9 is on a finish.
Well, the other thing Richard's got to look at here is even if he loses this game, if he can lose it as tightly as he possibly can, the legs difference is still very much in his favour. Munos takes on Baker in the final round of matches.
41. Giorgio Car 161.
And Baker and Munos, in terms of the legs difference, are on a minus number. He'd need Baker to win that, and then he'd need to beat Jake Jones in his final game.
99.
Yeah, sensible play, opting to try and set up. Richard Roland's in all sorts of bother in this match.
60. Giorgio Car 62.
So this, a 4-1 win, is double top for George Munos.
22.
It's going to come back for more.
And it's looking like if Richard Roland is to progress through to tomorrow's finals, he's going to have to wait. This is a group that could go right down to the very last match.
40.
It's double top to win it for George Munos.
Getting shown the match.
Well, that
Munos.
very much puts everything up in the air, because George Munos going into the final round is going to be in a qualifying position. But everybody, apart from Jake Jones, has a mathematical chance of qualifying. Wow. Just wow. And the drama...
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Hello, welcome back to the live lounge where we've got 3 more games to go on this Friday afternoon. Before the break, George Munos got the better of Richard Roland by 4 legs to 1. And the situation, well, it looks like this. Robert Thornton leads the way, 14 points plus 10. He's through. George Munos is on 10 points minus 3 in terms of the league table. 8 points plus 3 for Roland. 8 points minus 2 for Baker in 4th. Aaron Gill in 5th, 8 points minus 6. And Jake Jones
like
at
Robert
the
to
bottom
throw
of the
first.
table. He's the only player that from
Game
this
on.
point onwards cannot qualify with 6 points and -2 by way of his legs difference going into this final round's worth of fixtures. Thornton is the safest man in the room.
60.
He can just sit back and just watch the drama unfold. Aaron Gill can still qualify, but he needs to win this game
108.
by... No, I don't think he can, actually, because I'm just having a look at the legs difference here. Because if he even if he wins it 4-0, it'll be -2. Now, Scott Baker
123.
would be on -2, and even if he wins against George Munos 4-3, it'd be -1. And obviously, Munos wins his 12 points. So
85.
actually, Aaron Gill's out the race. I beg your pardon. So, actually, this game's a little bit of a dead rubber.
84.
But in the context of the table, I think for the players still up there playing, you can still jostle for position. There is a reward depending on, a higher prize reward depending on where you end up on the table.
Yeah, the table gives a meritocracy in terms of the prize money dished out.
87.
Gill missing a couple of darts on 11 and a 12. Is he going to be punished for it? Tops. Not to be.
94. Arunukar 9. Five. Robert 40.
Thornton's favourite
Gage on
tops
the
is
first leg,
found.
Robert Thornton.
Robert Thornton denying that break chance for Aaron
Second
Gill.
leg, Aaron to throw first. Game on. $140.
Well, 140 for Aaron to get himself on the board in this leg. We missed 4 darts
60.
to win leg 1 of the contest.
32.
There is a
$140.
possibility that game 15 could well be a straight shootout to determine the final player through, as Aaron Gill maximises with visit number 3 of the leg, because if Jake Jones beats Richard Rolands, then the match
60.
between George Munos and Scott Baker would
149.
be a straight shootout to see who would join Robert Thornton through to Saturday night's final.
47.
And I think if it did go the way of someone like Scott Baker, who hasn't had the best
72.
of campaigns so far, that would be
102.
one of the Houdini events of the Super Series.
One of those go and buy a lottery
62.
ticket type scenarios. But if you buy a ticket, you're in the raffle.
99. Arunukar 40.
Thornton's already punched his ticket through to Saturday night.
No
Aaron Gill's
score.
not going to have that
Robert
luxury, and he's missed
70.
4 more in this leg. 0 from 8 on the doubles. And Thornton to pinch his pocket. He's having a look. A double top.
30. Arunukar 40. $20. Robert 40.
Big over adjustment with the last, got the release roll.
Getting shot on the second leg, Robert
No
Thornton.
issue with that third dart for Robert Thornton, who goes 2-0.
Third leg, Robert to throw
What
first.
will be
Game
their
on.
last matches of Group C.
2-0 up with the throw in leg 3.
100. $125.
The scoring for Aaron Gill has not been an issue,
41.
but 0 from 11 on the outer ring. The doubling stats tell the story.
96.
Well, there the tail of the tape lies. Nout out of 11 for Aaron Gill.
100.
Well, that 180 there for Aaron Gill is his third of the game. The scoring not an issue at all.
$59. Alan your car, 100.
Yeah, and at least 6 starts from this position. I'm going to need at least 6.
44.
Now, I just spotted a little bit of a trend here, which is only just computed with me now. Each of the last 7 games in this session have gone against the throw.
177. Alan your car, 56.
Thornton looking to stop that particular trend. Aaron looking to keep the trend going.
Game
Finds
shown
a
the
double
third
10
leg.
to return the match to throw at 2-1.
Yeah, and a
Fourth leg,
huge
Aaron
sigh of
to
relief
third
there
first.
for
Game
Aaron
on.
Gill.
$95. $100. $81. $57.
Thornton, just a quick glance over to the scores. Going for treble, 17.
100. $59.
Well, this game has flip-flopped back in the direction of Aaron Gill.
43.
But that there perhaps just a little opening for Robert Thornton, who could find his first max of the match and does.
180.
Ignore everything I just said.
Hang on, maybe not.
138.
No, I was right, I was right.
105.
Well, it's definitely flip-flopping, that you can say.
Oh, there's more flip-flops than in a beach
36.
hut
Alan your car,
store.
44.
Double 13.
$32. Rob the car, 69.
69 for Thornton. To go 3-1 up with the break in hand and to go 1 away.
49.
Tops just goes underneath,
Alan your
much to
car,
his
12.
quite vocal frustration.
Game shown the
Yeah,
fourth
worked
leg.
his way in
Alan Gill.
really nicely there to level things at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Reminder that we've got 2 more games to go after this.
100.
Next up, Richard Roland takes on Jake Jones and potentially the deciding match between George
100.
Munos and Scott Baker. And we're back tonight from 10 o'clock, which means not much time to get dinner in tonight.
57.
Might have to be a takeout job. And we'll have Group B come to a close from there on in.
86. $70. $99. $174.
Superb visit there, Robert Thornton, to leave himself a ton.
100. Robert Carr, 100.
So ton for 42 for 3-2. Tops
Getting shot on the fifth flag,
The
Robert
second
Thornton.
dart there was such an immaculate guy for the third to follow underneath.
Sixth flag, Aaron
Second
to throw
top
first.
of the day for the
Game
Fawn.
on.
He's 1 away, 3-2 up.
45.
Yeah, for Aaron Gill, it's just all unravelled in those last kind of few games.
40.
Just when he was in that qualification position, I just wonder if that just was the catalyst to put everything back on edge. You come here and
57.
I know players say they don't have an expectation, but it's more to do for a lot of people. It's about the way that you play and the way you perform. But all of a sudden, when you are in second position and you do have that opportunity to go through, yeah, that expectation if that does change.
I think there's a lot of people that will walk out this room if they don't qualify today, and they'll
45.
have the words ingrained in the back of their mind of what could have been.
I agree, and I think whoever does secure the second spot will think, wow, I got lucky this week.
46.
And we do not know who that player is going to be. It's George
60.
Munos that's in control of that situation. Wins his last game, then he is through. Richard Rollins can only win and wait.
125.
Scott Baker, potentially, depending on the Richard Rollins game, would know that if he won,
100.
then it'd be surplus to requirements because his leg difference would not be able to be bettered by, or he wouldn't be able to better Richard Rollins' leg difference, shall I say?
100.
But Gill here will hope that it's 6 to take us all the way to a 7th leg. Thornton is on a finish,
80.
but he's going to
Double
need
car
to find
164.
something from the top draw.
$86. On your car 114.
And that slip means he cannot finish 109 and 2.
28. Robert Car 78.
Over to you, Robert Thornton.
To finish with a win, double top for
Game on the
4-2
match, Robert
success.
Thornton.
And Robert Thornton is going to race into Saturday night's final with sweet 16 points to his name. He gets the better of Aaron Gill by 4 legs to 2. Jake Jones and Richard Rollins is next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
waiting for? Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Couple more games to go, and it's Jake Jones and Richard Rollins next up for us. So, here we go. Time for some permutations. So, Richard Rollins will win here. We'll move on to 10 points. His legs difference would be positive enough that it would knock Scott Baker out of the race. And then effectively the last game would determine whether it would be George Munos or Richard Rollins that would qualify through to tomorrow night's final. Now, if Jake Jones wins this game, the final match between Scott Baker and George Munos would be a straight shootout to determine which one of them two players would make it through to Saturday night's final. There's a lot of permutations in play. It's another dramatic end to a Group C Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Jones has the darts. That could well be important come the end of leg 7. For Richard Rollins,
85.
It's been such a helter-skelter day for him because he lost his first 2, then put in a good performance against Aaron Gill, and all of a sudden we thought, okay, things might be springing back into life again. Loses to George Munos, and now finds himself behind the 8 ball, loses this, he's out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Richard Rollins doesn't know whether he's coming or going because, as you say, you come in second position, you're feeling quite comfortable, feeling quite good, and all of a sudden it's in your hands. It was in his hands. If he'd won that game against Munos, then he would have been through absolutely fine in the back room, feet up, just playing out the last few games. But I will say, for the rest of us in here and the people watching at home, it's really rather exciting when a table goes to the end.
Oh, do we love the drama of a Friday afternoon here in Portsmouth.
One of them, 40.
And the good news is, a little bit like EastEnders on BBC 3 on a Sunday, it's an omnibus of drama here tonight because we'll be back from 10 o'clock to see how Group B culminates.
$60. Jericho 141.
I suppose in the days of on-demand and streaming platforms, I suppose you don't really need an omnibus on the telly anymore for the soaps, do you?
I guess not. I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time I sat down on a Sunday afternoon and managed to watch anything.
Good point.
I mean, probably 10 years out of date or something.
One of them,
Again,
40.
good point.
Jericho 96.
96 for Jones to get the first chalk on the board in this game. And how he must be thinking what could have possibly been because
44.
He had a lot of
Richard
games go
Carl,
for. Each of his first
110.
3 games went 4-3 against. Then he won his previous 4-0 against Aaron Gill. Wow, he says, Richard Rollins, as he piles one into the single 1. And so Jones will be back for 52 to take the opening leg of this contest.
78. Jericho 52.
Double 16 for the first leg. Roland's ready to pounce on the same
Each on the
target, but
first
won't
leg,
get back to the
Jake
oche.
Jones. Second leg, Richard to
Finds
throw
the double
first.
16 and finds the front in this contest.
Yeah, Jake Jones, I think, will possibly reflect on today and think, yeah, there were two, if not all three, of those games that he lost early doors that could easily have gone the other way.
$60.
But he's still playing with that same level of focus, and even though he can't go through, he can really act that part of a spoiler for Richard Roland's.
He can't do it for himself, but he can absolutely ruin it for somebody else.
59.
He just, what he wants to do from here is ruin Richard Roland's week.
$60.
And that is much harder to say than you think.
That's why I'm not going to attempt it.
Just seeing a couple of darts drop low here for
100.
Jake. Covers well with dart 3. Doesn't mind a dart a little bit below the treble, but just a couple of alarmingly low darts. Maybe the arm just towing up. Remember, he's played the full 5 days. This is his 25th match of the week.
Yeah, it's definitely another thing to. It's definitely another thing to contemplate when you talk about players, especially ones that perhaps just, haven't been playing as much as maybe a few years back.
$60. Richard Carr, 72.
72 to level up at 1-1. One dart. And one dart only. A double top.
52.
Just low.
Jake Carr, 140.
Seeing a few big checkouts from Jake Jones, but not the 140.
60. Richard Carr, 20.
So 2 10s to level the match up. Can he just nettle away across towards his left?
10.
Overadjust,
Jake Carr,
overcompensate,
80.
so you could tell what he meant and thought of that. This would be a pinch. Nothing more, nothing less.
Getting shot on the second leg, Jake Jones.
Oh, that's gonna hurt Richard Roland's.
Third leg, Jake to throw first.
That's a pinch
Game
of a
on.
leg, and you can see it in his facial expression.
$43.
And incidentally, by the way, this is how insane this group is. Jake Jones wins this by a 3-leg scoreline or more. He would finish above Richard Rollins in the group.
180.
Yeah, we said coming into today, we knew that this table was tight and that any real outcome would have been possible. And the fact that we're in the penultimate match and we still don't know
100.
the complete set of players that are going through, I think that just, proves the point that we were trying to make earlier on.
Yes. Yes.
No. 140.
No, but Roland's there set himself up pretty well to break back and try and get a bit of parity in the match.
58.
If he can get it back to 2-1, he'll throw first to try and make it 2 apiece.
$85. 85. Richie Ducar, 96.
So Roland's looking at 96 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. 76 left. Plenty of time, so we'll stay there. Gets the treble. Double 8 to get one on the board. Double 8 found. That's a 12 darter. Break back, return the throw. 2-1. Rollins is still very much in this.
First. Game on.
There is one thing we know that Richard has. It's spirit, fight, courage. All of those buzzwords that epitomise a great player.
55.
Yeah, and I was there that week when Richard Rollins, he picked up a weekly title. And I think the name of every other player was predominantly talked about, especially because it was a week when Andreas
45.
Harrison was in the final 6 and it was Rollins against Harrison in that final. And even at that point, I think people thought that Andreas, who was coming in as a series champion, was going to pick up the title, and it was Richard Rollins that proved everyone wrong.
100. $120.
Yeah, unfortunate that third dart just clattered into the 2 already in the board. Looked like it was on course for a max.
$55.
You see that release once again there. He's just trying to float it in over the top. And you can see him in the back. He's obviously wrestling with his arm.
140. $60. $81.
So Jones first to a finish to break back again and to go 3-1 to the good. Rollins has to, you feel like, pile in a 2 treble visit here.
2 would have been great, but 1 is essential.
59. Jake Ducar, 115.
So again, there's time for Jake Jones from 115.
Well, in some way, I mean, missed the 25. The 19 was a little bit of a happy accident with dart 1. Meant he could head back up for 96. Will return for 56 to get the break and open up a 3-1 lead.
$85. Jake Ducar, 56.
Well, this for a break, which would give him the darts win the match in the next, and it would mean that Munos and Baker would be a shootout.
16.
Wire
Richie Ducar,
clipped.
87.
Big moments here for Richard Rollins. Beautiful find with the first dart. It's double 18. Double 9.
78. Jake Ducar, 40.
After that plum first dart, the next 2 just come inside.
Getting shown the 4th.
Well, that tops was absolutely plum.
5th leg, Jake to throw first.
And Jake Jones very much on top. And now has the throw to put Richard Rollins away. And it means
59.
that Munoz and Baker would jostle it out for the final spot through to tomorrow night's final through this particular group.
96.
And if it does come down to whoever wins that last match, just put into context right now that Scott Baker is sat 5th on the table.
59.
The person that is 5th on the table would be in for a shot over everyone else.
It just makes no sense. And by the way, Aaron Gill's going to finish potentially bottom of this table. Well, he's going to finish bottom of this table having
96.
picked up 8 points. He could well be bottom of the table, just 2 points off qualification, depending on how the rest of the session goes. This has been a bonkers couple of
140.
hours here at the legendary Live Lounge.
$55.
Yeah, and you have to feel at this moment for Richard Rowlands because it's just all started to unravel. It's not over yet, but Jake Jones in a stronger position with
100.
one leg needed for the win.
Well, Jake on a finish. What pressure can Richard Rowlands apply? That's realistically what he could do, and all he could do in this. Now, if he hits a max here, then this leg has a different feel to it. Well, that sums him up. Back against the wall. He finds a 180 to leave himself on a 2-darter, and he's going to get a look at the 74 to extend the game furthermore. From the doldrums, he's come up with
60.
something spectacular. Can he
74.
keep this contest going on?
Finds the treble. 2 darts in hand, double 16. Should be a good marker. And
Game
it
shot
turns
number
out it
55, Richard
is.
Rowlands.
Richard Rowlands keeps his chances alive for a place in Saturday's finals.
Richard to throw first. Game
We're back on throw. We are back on throw.
And now you have to consider the opponent that Richard Rowlands played in, Jake Jones. How many times has Jones found himself in this position? 3-2 up, 1 leg required. He's had match darts in his first 3 matches.
93.
Last leg deciders. And it goes the way of the opponent.
And there's still one more game to go after this.
99.
The drama is never ending. The darts is never ending.
$60. $60.
Just the 6 points between them, but Roland still clinging on to that advantage of throwing first. If he can put a couple more in there, then we could be looking at another last leg shootout.
99. $72.
How big could that pick off with the last dart there be?
$55.
That is a slip that lets Jones in. And all of a sudden, if he piles in something big here, Rowlands is on the rack.
125.
Yeah, it was a huge last dart because in his head he would have been thinking, just keep it straight, make sure you leave at least a 170. But to pick off that last treble 20 after finding the 5.
Well, in the last leg, Rowlands found something big when it looked like he was heading towards the exit door.
45.
He was unable to do something similar here, and so Jones, having overthrown the throw, He's looking to put Roland's by the by. And this would be some way to do it. The 145 isn't going to go. He's going to leave himself handy. Roland is in a
93.
position he has to take out
Richard
this
Car,
149 to stay
149.
in the week.
No heroics from Richard Roland, the 149. He's been found wanting in this
60.
match.
Jake
There's
Car,
52 left for Jake Jones.
Well, this is to knock Richard Roland's out, to give us a last game decider. It's double top. And now double 10.
42.
But they both
Richard
go
Car,
inside,
89.
and Rollins is still just about clinging on here.
Should be at least one at the ball. And it is. One dart at the bullseye to level it up at 3-all.
64. Jake Car, 10.
That was a well thrown dart. It was desperately unlucky. But now his fate is in the hands of Jake Jones. It's one dart at double 2. It's
6.
not there.
Richard Car,
And
25.
Richard Rollins is still in this. He's still fighting to live another dart. Is he fighting to live another leg? It's double 4. Oh, he's gone
21.
inside.
Jake Car,
Can you
4.
believe it?
He's had the chances, as has Jake Jones. He's got another chance here. It's double 2. A little lift above that. Too much. Double 1. It's the madhouse.
Game
And
show
it
of the
is
match,
found, and
Jake
it is Jake Jones who runs out a 4-2 winner over Richard Rollins. Rollins had chances to level up at 3 apiece, but left scratching his head. Jake Jones does deny Richard Rollins a place in the finals tomorrow. One more game to go coming up after the break.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For for the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth in a match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series EFX champion, Jeff Smith.
Well, effectively, this is a knockout match between George Munos and Scott Baker. The winner will qualify through to tomorrow night's final. Munos on 10 points -3, but Scott Baker with a better legs difference, but only 8 points. If he wins this, he'd leapfrog Munos into second position, and as a consequence, will qualify through to tomorrow night's final as a result. So, it is a straight shootout to round off our Group C session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Don't forget, we'll be back from 10 o'clock this evening to see Group B come to an end, where, in terms of the league table, Daniel Larson, Tom Sykes and Fallon Sherrick are in the 3 qualifying positions. We already know that Robert Thornton is through and out of this group. The question is, who is going to join him?
I'll be honest, I've narrowed it down to 2 people in this group anyway. But that's about as close as I can get, because, yeah, this group has had twists and turns throughout the whole 2 days, and none so more than now. And I imagine Scott Baker is thinking, right, this is an opportunity.
95.
After losing that last match, this is an opportunity he probably thought he was not going to have.
Scott Baker can only finish 5th or 2nd in this group. It makes no sense.
59.
You have to give a lot of credit to Munos, because I know we've said it before, and there goes Scott Baker's flight once again. It's just determined not to stay on the end of that stem. Yeah, Munos picked up just the 2 wins across 3 days, and now finds himself in a position where he is sat second on the table, but obviously to solidify that position does need to pick up a win.
And if we're going to be perfectly honest, he's really snuck up under the radar today, hasn't he? Because we kind of saw all the traffic around that position. George Munos was just quietly getting results, and all of a sudden finds himself on 10-point second position and in control of his fate.
$137. Scott to car 81.
Oh, it's not a complete disaster. Single 20 for tops.
41. Giorgio car 50.
Well, Munos looking at 50 to go a leg to the good in this contest. Double top to go 1 up.
The first
that
leg,
target
Munos
has been lethal for him this week.
Leg,
sometimes on a string,
first.
sometimes on a pinhead, and he's now 3 away.
60. $100.
Well, this was the opening fixture for Group C yesterday afternoon, and it was Scott Baker who ran out a comfortable 4-0 winner to start his Group C campaign. But today, a lot of the results that went against Munos, he's managed to reverse, and hence why he finds himself
45.
sat in second position.
$140.
Well, the other thing that we mentioned earlier on today is Scott Baker hasn't played too much by way of competitive stuff this year. And this really is as organic a match play situation as you could possibly get. Straight shootout for progression through to the next round of a competition, because that's effectively what it is. A knockout match, you win it, you go through, you lose it, you go home.
120.
Well, that dart's just gone everywhere.
Yeah, despite the apparent disappointment for Scott Baker, he's in a comfortable enough position, depending on what Munos finds here.
$98. Scott the car 121.
So 121 here for Scott Baker. Doesn't have to go treble 17 ball, but he's one of those players that will pretty much go for anything that's on offer.
34.
Yeah, slip from Baker. He will be back for 87, but he felt from that position of 121 should be on something a lot more manageable.
125. Scott the car 87.
Well, it doesn't have to chase the ball here. Could contemplate something else, but he likes to attack it.
54.
And
Giorgio Carr,
by
52.
slipping into the 17 with the last dart, leaves himself on 33. Tops of Munos, and he breaks the throw and leads 2-0.
Third leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
We quite often talk about stories when we come here to the Super Series, especially for players that are on debut, and I think this would be up there with one of the biggest stories with Munos. We've talked about the fact that he's obviously come over from Greece and
85.
kind of Southern Europe. That is a real developing nation when it comes to steel tip darts. If he can find a way through, then yeah, I just wonder, is that a bit of inspiration for players back at home?
Well, we saw something
60.
similar, didn't we, in Sweden a couple of years ago, where Andreas Harrison won a week, and then we saw an influx of Swedish players come over, the likes of Victor Tingshaw, the likes of Anton Östlund, who himself won a week.
55.
Oskar Kasiak, who's had success here. And obviously, we're going to watch Daniel Larsson a little bit later on tonight. And there is certainly a trickle-down effect, isn't there? When one player has success, it tends to lead to other people just
60.
getting inspired. And you see that drop down, even to the point of you look at the Luke Littler effect right now. When one person has success, it tends to follow up in other areas.
100.
I mean, Peter Wachuri was on the Kenyan news at 10. It's the first time I've ever been on national television, that was.
60. $85. 81.
Well, Munos here is making what for many would feel like a very
85.
difficult job
Giorgio
look
Carr,
rather routine right now.
155.
Yeah, it's temperament throughout the last couple of days. I mean, throughout the week, it's been really consistent. He seems very level-headed, not one to panic when he's up there.
59.
And you don't get a huge amount of reaction.
Double top.
Gage
Baker
on the third
is
leg,
on
Scott
the
Baker.
board. He's not done yet, is the mod. Breaker throw, back on throw, and all of a
Fourth leg,
sudden this
Scott to throw
contest
first.
maybe has another bone of conjecture to it.
Game on. $60. $60.
Well, we are now back on throw.
$140.
I do wonder sometimes. I mean, Baker, as we've mentioned before, he has just got that real fluidity and pace when it comes to throwing. But a big pause there, and I just wonder if he's just struggling slightly every so often with a bit of the grip. We saw him yesterday.
60.
He was kind of giving it extra attention to his hands and almost looked like he was trying to warm them up. And I do wonder if that has been some of the issue for him.
59.
Is this game-changing face? because Baker at 2-0 down looked a little bit susceptible. Munos was left on 96 to go 3-0 up. Baker took out the 91. And now, all of a sudden, the tide is
95.
turning. And the tide is turning in Scott Baker's favour.
$60. Scott a car 147. $87.
They're fine with the third dart. 2-dart combination. And we know Scott Baker, he's going to want to make sure he avoids that treble 20 bed, because we've seen him bust
60.
from this position with 60 left before.
For 2-2.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Scott
Well, this
Baker.
all of a sudden has become a best of 3 to see who's going to be player number 3 into tomorrow night's final. Munoz 2, Baker 2. And all of a sudden, the drama ratchets up another notch. And for George Munoz, let's put this fair and square. This is probably the biggest game he may have ever played in.
44.
Not that you'd know it from his approach to the game. And I mean, if you are able to kind of hold everything in and just focus on the job in hand, then that's a really great quality to have.
100.
Well, has he had his scare and is he going to come out the other side, or is Baker just continuing to just pepper
100
that treble and continue to pose the questions of his Greek opponent?
$100.
Yeah, over the last couple of legs, the players really ramped up.
I want to finish after 9. Munoz on
100.
throw. He's forced the issue of Baker is a visit behind in every metric.
$100.
Baker also down to a finish, but it's 64 for Munoz to go within 1, not just of a win, not just of the match, but of a place in Saturday's final.
Double top.
44.
And the trusting target for him all week has let him down at a crucial point. As Scott Baker got something massive in his locker, something huge up his sleeve. Oh, the 136 just kisses the inside of the 8 wire.
What a well thrown dart. And it's those small margins that make all the difference.
On the fifth leg, George
Munoz, a great adjustment with his second dart and does go within 1.
6 legs, Scott to through first.
1 away.
Game on.
1 away. And for Scott Baker, he is on the hill of hell.
43.
Three-two down, and he needs to win the lot.
$100. $85. $45.
There you see a reaction from Munoz, because he knows what's at stake. He knows that
32.
Scott Baker is giving him every opportunity here to go out 4-2.
Well, this is the moment he knows he can step in and get this job done once and for all. What a story this is becoming. The Greek qualifier for the ADC, who finished bottom of Group A, picked up just 2 wins over the course of 3 days. all of a
100.
sudden is in a position where he is 231 points away from qualifying for tomorrow night's final on his debut and playing the biggest night of his darting life in front of a packed-out Portsmouth crowd.
64.
Again, utilising the entirety of the board, and just more frustration for Scott Baker there. The
80.
flight's gone, yeah.
George,
If you didn't think he was frustrated before I said it, I think he's shown everyone.
Well, he kicked his dart, and he may well be kicking the darting bucket in a couple of moments' time. Munoz will feel like he's got 6 or 167, but that slip into the 1 doesn't help.
22.
That doesn't
Got a car,
help. And maybe,
161.
just maybe, there could well be a different complexion to this leg. Well, this would be a Hail Mary effort and a half. But what he has done is he's left himself more suited because of that score of 22 for Munoz of his previous visit.
And by way of the 137 setup play by Scott Baker, double 12.
Scott the car,
Here's the target for 3-all.
Well, a couple of
Being
visits
shot on the
ago,
sixth
he
leg,
looked
Scott
dead and
Baker.
buried. But we now have a last leg decider.
Final leg, George. to
Both
first.
players
Game on.
501 points away from tomorrow night's final. Who can hold their nerve? It's Munoz with the darts. How important that could be, we don't quite know.
100.
Ton start. Tons could be enough in this leg. It really could.
Yeah, that's the first part, isn't it? Keep them straight, keep them steady. We've said it
60.
several times throughout the last couple of days in Group C. Just try and get that 1 treble a visit. If you can build on that, brilliant. Keep them 1 treble 20 at least.
$95.
Well, Baker here has been forced into a 2 treble score. Simple as that. I'll tell you what will frustrate him more than anything. He's
81.
found a treble the last start, but he's worked so hard to take it to a last leg decider, and he hasn't kicked off in the vein that he would have liked.
No, when he's actually got to a finish, he's been really efficient, but it's scores like this that have denied him the opportunity.
133. $60.
So once again, George Munoz is 6 darts away from qualification.
99.
And left himself on a potential 2-dart combination finish.
45. George Car, 74.
So 74 for George Munoz to secure his passage through. Has a glance over, doesn't have to chase 20 and bull. Does a sensible thing, lays up. But then
31.
with the last dart, misses the big number.
And that's the edginess, isn't it? That's the nerves just coming in, creeping in at the business end of the match. And that's massive from
140.
Scott Baker.
George Car, 43.
Well, it leads him on something in case. But for George Munoz, he's going to get 2 darts to qualify for tomorrow night's final.
Game
Double
shot
top
in the
is
match,
there.
George Munoz.
George Munoz, the Greek ADC European qualifier, on his debut, has qualified for tomorrow night's final. He can barely believe what he has just achieved. And how about that for a celebration? He's absolutely embraced the Super Series experience from the very first dart, and he's going to be in with a chance of throwing the final dart tomorrow night. He's beaten Scott Baker by 4 legs to 3. What a story he could potentially be. Well, that is the win that saw George Munoz through. He's going to join Robert Thornton in tomorrow night's final. 16 points for the Fawn. And Laura, what a dramatic finale we have seen to the session. We're going to be back for Group B tonight from 10 o'clock. But before that, there's plenty coming up across Pluto TV. And so coming up between now and 10 o'clock, the breaker throw is the soft tip stars. It features Boris Kirchmar and Adrian Gray. And then Group B is going to come to a close. Fallon Sherritt's got work to do. She's going to qualify through to Saturday night. The action gets underway once again from 10 o'clock, and then finals night tomorrow evening from 7:30. Robert Thornton's going to be there, and we'll find out the final 3 identities that are going to join him there. Danny Van Tripe hit a 9 darter the last time he was here, and he's looking to some more heroics when Group 9 gets underway on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. That's it for us. For myself and Laura Turner, we'll see you tonight from 10. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!